link for the live stream over on YouTube. Let's do that. So let's go over to YouTube. This is going to be my channel over here. And the YouTube live link is going to be over here. Let's grab that, copy the link, and here you go, everybody in chat. So the good thing about the YouTube live link is that you can always go back there when you need to go back and see anything that you might have missed. Anyways, let's go ahead and start the lesson. All right, what are we doing today? So this is HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking session number 8. So there's only a couple more sessions to go after this, but what are we going to be learning about today? Let's talk about it. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. This is the 8th session for network hacking. Let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So in the previous session, we talked about Zilzuzi, hello, nice to see you here. And Leo, hello. Hello, HackerFrogs, nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we're just starting our lesson. In the last session, we talked about file transfers. So file transfers are an essential operation of computer networking, and we learned a few different methods for file transfer. We talked about the touchless style of file transfer using the clipboard and the base64 command. So this was a very sneaky way of moving files around that doesn't involve any network traffic. We also talked about the very convenient method of moving files around, which is creating a HTTP server on your attacker machine using the Python module and the wget module. So this one is very easy to pull off if there is Python in, if there's Python on your attacker machine. That's pretty much always the case. And then we talked about how to move files around using secure copy or SSH. So this is the most secure way to move your files around, but unfortunately it requires SSH to be installed on both of the devices that you want to transfer the files from, and the one that we're going to go over. Prince X says, asks on YouTube, how long are you streaming today? So we'll probably be streaming for about 5 or 6 hours today. So yeah, that's the schedule. All right, so we talked about file transfers last time. What are we doing today? So in this session, we're going to be covering the following topics. We're going to be talking about file upload attacks. So these are a type of attack that you can do on web applications, so websites, where you're able to upload a file and then execute any code you want to inside of those files that you upload. We're going to be uploading via the web page, and we're going to be talking about how to upload to a web page that has filters in place. So most of the time when you encounter a file upload page or a function, you can only upload certain types of files. And we're going to talk about one way that we can potentially work around that particular filter. Okay, NickCCS asks, is LFI included in this too? So local file inclusion is not going to be covered in today's topic, but local file inclusion is kind of related, but it's a different web app vulnerability. But thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming by, NickCCS. Yeah, glad to have you here. Okay, so what are file upload attacks? So file upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then executed on the web application, executing the code within those uploaded malicious files. So in order to perform a file upload attack, there are 3 conditions that must be met. So the first condition is there must be a way to upload files to a web accessible location. That could be via the web application or another service. So that could be File Transfer Protocol or SMB. So the second requirement is the upload location must be known to us. So even if we're able to upload some file to a web application, and even if those files have malicious code in them, if we can't access the location of those files, then it's kind of useless for us. And the third requirement for doing a file upload attack is that the application must be able to execute code via some sort of scripting language. So the most famous example is PHP, but other scripting languages that work on websites such as ASP might be available as well. Okay, so we're going to be accessing Try Hack Me to do today's lesson, and this one's going to be one of the Try Hack Me Christmas events. So let me go ahead and grab that link. So this is the link, and if you would just go over here after you log into Try Hack Me, then you can access the room. Okay, so if you don't have an account at Try Hack Me, you can make a free account over there. I'll just leave the link for Try Hack Me in the chat in case you need to make an account and you want to follow along with us. Okay, so what you want to do now is you want to log into Try Hack Me, and then after you're logged in, go over to the link that I just put in chat there, and it'll bring you to this room right here. It's called 25 Days of Cybersecurity. So this is one of Try Hack Me's Christmas event rooms, and the great thing about these is that they introduce a lot of concepts over 25 days, basically. It's an Advent event. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the room. So if you haven't already, oh, hold on, I think I need to log into the application first. So this isn't the account I want to use. I'm just going to log out and log in with another account. So as usual, if you're following along and you find yourself stuck somewhere and you want us to help you out, let us know in the chat and we'll try to get you unstuck as best as we can. Okay, so we're not robots. Let's log in. Okay, and this is the 25 days of cyber event. HXU asks, hey, what are we doing today? So we're doing file upload attacks. So let's see, learn cyber in 25 days. So if you want to join in yourself, then you can go ahead and go over to this link. So I'll just leave the link in chat for everybody one more time. Okay. And let me simulate what it looks like if we've never been here before. All right, so 25 days of cybersecurity. Great. Okay, so if you've never been to this room before, after you've logged in, go to the room, you're going to see this green Join Room button. So if you don't see it, that means that you've probably joined the room already. Go ahead and click on that button over there, and Oracle Writer on Twitch says, hey, how's it going? We're just doing our file upload attack lesson over here, over on Twitch and YouTube. But welcome to the stream, Oracle Writer. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Okay, so the task that we're going to be covering today is actually in task number 4. So what you want to do after you've joined the room is you want to click on the task number 4 header over here, and you want to click on Start Machine under task number 4. So task number 4, it's labeled day 2, and you want to click on the green Start Machine button over here. After you do that, you also want to go up to the top of the screen, up to the top of the web page, and underneath the little icon with the cloud with the Santa hat, there's going to be this button over here that's labeled Start Attack Box. So the attack box is the machine that we're going to be using to attack the web application. So you want to go ahead and click on the Start Attack Box button. And then after that, you're going to see the web page split into two panes. So there's going to be the web page on the left-hand side and the attack box on the right-hand side. So if you've got your two machines starting up over here, you should see this red target machine information header near the top of the web page, and you're going to see that your machine is initializing with the loading bar over here on the right-hand side of the screen. If it's all going on there, please type in the chat, the machines are starting up, smiley face, just so that we know that everybody's following along and at the same place. Thank you very much. Okay, so it should take about a minute more for this to all go on. I'll just talk about what we're doing today. So once again, we're going to be talking about file upload attacks today. So this is kind of a classic web app attack when you do basic network hacking exercises over here. And let's see. Okay, so yeah, file upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then and then accessed on the web application, executing the code within the uploaded malicious files. So HXU asks, oh, print says it's starting up. Okay, great. HXU also is following along. That's great. And those IP addresses are only for us? Yeah, you should. So the IP addresses are going to be different for each person. So my IP address over here for the machine that we started up, it's not going to be the same as yours. So please use your IP address whenever we're working with the machines over here. Okay. So I see that the attack box has finished initializing over here. You know that it's finished initializing because you see this this message over here inside the terminal. So what you want to do is you want to click into the terminal over here, and then you want to hit enter to dismiss this message. Okay, and then after that, you also want to put the attack box in the full size view. Actually, you know what? Before that, what we're going to do is we're just going to open up the terminal and we're going to record our IP address. Because we've got the IP address over here, we need to use this in a couple of places. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up our terminal, and you can open up the terminal by clicking on this little button over here that says terminal. And what we want to do is we just want to type in the IP address. So just type in your IP address over here inside your terminal. So I'm going to go 1010. Okay, so this is going to be different on your device probably, so please use the one that you have. NixCCS says, how can these vulnerabilities be prevented? Could allowing only safe file types be one of the measures to prevent this kind of attack? Yeah, so the problem with the web applications that we're going to be attacking today is that they haven't been coded correctly, and so they allow malicious types of files to be uploaded. Okay, so we've got our IP address up here. We also want to start up the web browser inside of the attack box. So the attack box is a legitimate computer, and we can just click on this button up here to start up the attack box's web browser. This is going to be different from our own web browser, but the shortcut icon is at the top of the screen. It's this little orange icon. Go ahead and click on that. And then after a few moments, the web browser should load up. It's a little bit slow at first, but it is what it is. Okay. So inside of the Firefox browser over here, you want to click into the address bar, and then you want to type in the IP address. So 10.10.17.221. So after that, I think you can just hit enter, and it should send you to this web page over here. Okay, so we'll talk about this more in a little bit, but for now you can minimize your web browser. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go over to the center of the screen, and then at the bottom there's going to be this button over here labeled View in Full Screen. This is going to put the attack box desktop in another web browser tab. This is what we want. So in the middle, at the bottom, click on this button labeled View in Full Screen. After that, you're going to see that the attack box desktop is in full screen. So this is what we want because we want to see everything nice and big. Okay, so here, the terminal, we're going to make this bigger. So we can go over to View inside the terminal. We can click on Zoom in, and we can also use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift+ to make the terminal bigger so that we can read the text better. Okay, so that's great. And all right, so okay, what we're going to do is we're going to treat this like we're doing a pen testing exercise. So basically, we're going to test the security of the remote server over here. So Glory Buggy says, TryAcme only gives 1 hour access to the attack box if you're a free user. Yeah, that's true, but we're going to try to complete the exercise within that 60 minutes so that we don't have to worry about that. So what are we going to do first? So we learned before that we can run an Nmap scan to scan the open ports on this particular machine. So the machine is at this IP address, and we can give this Nmap command to scan the machine and figure out which ports are open. So let's see, that's going to be VV, that's going to be SCV and T5. Okay, so this is the command over here. I will copy it over to people in the chat so that you can take a look and model this if you're having troubles. Okay. So let's go over and talk about what we're doing now. So what we're doing right now is we're doing port scanning with nmap. So we learned in a previous lesson that we can use the nmap command to scan a remote server, which is basically a computer that's not our own computer. And we're going to conduct the nmap scan to determine which ports on the machine are open. What is the meaning of those flags? Okay, so let's talk about, let's break down the nmap command. So nmap is the name of the command. -VV is going to give us very verbose output. And very verbose output means that it's going to give us results of the scan before the scan is finished. And this over here, S-S capital V capital C, this is going to give us versioning information for whatever services we find and run common scripts on those services. So T5 over here, this is going to run the scan very, very fast. Nixie says, if THM's cloud machine is too slow for you, can download a virtual machine on your own computer and install an operating system like Kali Linux or Parrot inside it to make sure your pen tests run more smoothly. Yeah, well, unfortunately, if you're accessing the machines through what is it, OpenVPN, the connection can be very slow. The advantage of using the attack box is that the attack box and the machines that we're spinning up, they're on the same network. So the scans are actually going to go by very much quicker. Glory Buggy says they have OpenVPN files that you can use to connect to their server to use your own terminal like Kali Linux. Yes, you can. We're not going to go over that in today's lesson because we're kind of strapped for time, and we're just going to run the commands with the attack box. But if you need to, this is what you do. You go over to the Try Hack Me page. You go over to your account. When you click on the account, you can click on the access button over here, and that'll lead to the download links. You need to download those OpenVPN keys. Okay, so we're going to run the command over here for nmap. And when we run the command, it's going to give us this output over here. And it says it discovered an open port on port 80 inside the output. So we scan the most common ports on the system, and it gives us a little report on which ports are open. So port 80 is open, and port 80 is running HTTP. HTTP is unencrypted web pages, and so regular HTTP is still on the internet right now, but most people are moving over to HTTPS instead of HTTP because HTTP is unencrypted, which means that people can see your information if they decide to capture the network traffic. But anyways, the next thing we're going to do after we discovered that there's an HTTP server is we can do some directory busting. So directory busting is basically trying to find out what directories and files exist on a web server. And we can do directory busting with this little command over here. It's called dirb. So we type in dirb. Actually, we're going to get the previous command. You can go up and down in your terminal to retrieve the previous commands. Because we need to use the IP address from the previous command, we're just going to edit this nmap command over here. So we're just going to go over to the beginning of the command. We're going to get rid of all the previous information. We're going to type in dirb, and then we're going to put in http / and then our IP address. So it's just going to look like this. You just need to put the http :/ in front of your IP address here with dirb in front of that. So the command looks like this. Of course, you're going to need to sub in your own IP address and not use the one that I'm using. So here you go. And here you go. Let's see. Amir says, hey bro, have a great stream. Thank you very much, Amir. Thank you very much. Let's see. Sigma says, programming, oh, that link over there has a bunch of exercises. It's more of a complete course. Okay. And what else? Arise Heart says, OpenVPN is way faster than an attack box for me. There are, I mean, use whatever works best for you, of course. And Glorybuggy says, how can I connect after downloading the OpenVPN file to my Kali to use it or turn on? So normally you would use kind of a command like this. So you'd run sudo openvpn and then the name of the VPN key. For example, I've got this one over here. You would just point OpenVPN to where your VPN key file is, and then after you run it, you should be connected to the network. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this command over here, and let's talk about what the command does first. So we did port scanning with nmap, and then the next thing we're doing is directory busting using the dirb command. Amari says, good evening. Hello, Amari, nice to see you here. We're just doing a little lesson on file upload attacks right now. So directory busting using dirb, since we've discovered the HTTP service on the remote server, we can attempt a directory busting attack on the server using the dirb program. So what this is going to do is it's going to tell us what directories or files are available on the server. So let's go back and run the command. So when we run the command, it's going to tell us which directories exist on the web server. And specifically, we need to keep track of one particular directory that's open over here. So it says here that there's an assets directory, there's a CGI bin directory, there's this icon over here, there's a node index directory, but what we really care about here is that there's an uploads directory, because one of the requirements that we need to do our file upload attack is we need to figure out where the files are uploaded to. And we can guess that this is the directory that files are going to be uploaded to because the directory is called uploads. What day is this in the admin room? You want to click on task number 4. So task number 4, Sigma. Thank you very much. Okay, so let me just type that in for you, task 4. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the web application over here. So if we actually go, if we actually go to the Firefox browser, and remember we started up the Firefox browser a little bit earlier, we're going to see this web page over here. So the web page says, you are not signed in, please enter your ID as a get parameter, as in ID your ID here. So this particular exercise is going to require us to put in a very specific ID parameter. That's fine. Let's talk about it over here in the Try Hack Me page. Over here. So in the Try Hack Me page, they start talking about URL parameters. We don't really need to know too much about URL parameters for today's task, but we do need to use a URL parameter to log in to the application. Okay, so down near the bottom of the task before the questions, it says for Elf McEager, you've been assigned an ID number for the audit of the system, this over here. So what we need to do is we need to give this as our URL parameter when we access the page. So let me just copy this, and let me copy what you need to add to the end of the address bar. So this is it over here. So this is part of the information inside the Try Hack Me page. So we're going to go back to the web browser, and in the web browser, we're going to click on the address bar here, and we're going to add the thing. Oh, it didn't copy over. It didn't copy over. That's fine. Let me go ahead and grab this. Okay, I need to go over to the, what you need to do is you need to go over to the clipboard inside of the attack box. So in the attack box, there's this little button over here that's that opens up the control bar. And in the control bar, you need to go to the clipboard, you need to delete what's already there, and paste in the other thing. Okay, let me grab that command again. Okay, so this part right here, we're just going to close the clipboard now, and then we're going to add this part to the end of the URL. And after we've done that, we can hit enter. And then we should be able to see this part of the web page. So this part of the web page is what is going to let us upload the file. So we're going to do a malicious file upload attack. We see here there's this little box. It says protect the factory. If you see any suspicious people near the factory, take a picture and upload it here. So this is what we use to upload our malicious file. And the first thing we need to do is we need to create the malicious file first. So I'm going to teach you how to do that. Okay, let's go ahead and minimize the web browser for a little bit. Glory Buggy says, I'm learning A+, after I will go to Network+, then CS50 to know and understand what I'm doing. Do you think it's a solid roadmap for hacking? It's going to be a solid roadmap for learning about technology in general, but after you've done that, you should be able to understand a lot more about what's going on with the computer network. Okay, so one thing that we're doing as well when we're doing these sessions is we have a GitHub page over here that talks about how to do all the tasks that we're doing today. So I'll just leave the link in the chat. And on this page over here, it talks about all the steps you need to do to complete everything we're doing today. So we're currently on, let's see, part 3. So part 3, what we're trying to do is we're attempting to upload an undisguised web shell file. Magitech says, you're a generous person to do this and share. Thank you. Thank you very much, Magitech. And thank you very much for coming by. And well, you're welcome to stay as long as you like. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use the nano text editor inside of a terminal to create a malicious file. We're going to call the file webshell.php. So we're just going to go over to the terminal here. And in the terminal, we're going to create a file called webshell.php. So webshell is one of the types of malicious files that we can upload. And we'll talk more about what the webshell does in a little bit. So after you type in nano space webshell.php, hit enter, and that's going to start up the nano text editor. What we want to paste into the web shell, so the code, we're going to get that from the GitHub page over here. So if you didn't get the GitHub page last time, this is the link, and this is part 3, and it's step 2. Over here it says copy the following code and paste it into the text editor. So this code over here, we can copy it by clicking on this button over here. It looks like 2 squares on top of each other. Just click on that and then go over to the attack box. In the attack box, we have to paste this into our clipboard. So we're just going to go over to the left-hand side. In the middle, we're going to go to the clipboard. We're going to get rid of what's already there, and then we're going to paste in the code that we just copied. Okay, from there, we can close the clipboard and then click into the terminal. In the terminal, we're going to paste in the code. So we've got a bunch of PHP code here. So the reason why we're pasting in PHP code for this web shell file is because this web server uses PHP. And well, the reason we know why the web page uses PHP and we can use PHP to attack the web page is we can do this. We can go over to the Firefox browser, and in here, just after the slash over here in the address, we can type in index.php. So if this doesn't give us an error, we know that it's using a PHP page as the index page, otherwise known as the landing page. So we see here that when we put in index.php in the web browser, it didn't give us an error. So we know that this web page is using PHP, and PHP is one of the languages that is vulnerable to file upload attacks. Okay, and that's why we're creating a webshell.php file right now. So let's go back. So there's this PHP code here, and what the PHP code does is it makes it so we can run a URL parameter. And the URL parameter is going to be called CMD for command. And what we can do with the command parameter here is that we can run OS commands through the web shell. So web shells are basically little bits of code that you upload to a vulnerable website, and you can use that page to run any commands that you want through the web shell page. So it's kind of a devious thing that we're doing over here, and this is the code that sets this up. So after you've completed this, after you've pasted in the code, you can save the file. Amari says, cyber attacks growth like 600% where there are PHP codes. PHP is kind of known as a vulnerable language, but it's also very convenient. So that's why lots of people create web applications using PHP. Anyways, let's go ahead and save this file. So in the text editor, use the Control X keyboard shortcut. So Control and then X. It's going to ask you if you want to save the modified buffer. The answer is Y for yes, and then hit Enter to confirm the file name. So afterwards, if you do ls to take a look at what's inside this directory, you should see that the webshell.php file should be in here. And this is what we're going to try to upload. So we're going to try to upload it over at the Firefox. Okay, over at the Firefox browser. You know what? Just to make sure that everybody's on the same page, let me ask everybody in the chat, if you managed to create the webshell.php file and you see output like this, let us know in the chat by typing in the web shell is ready, smiley face. And if you got stuck on any particular step, let us know and we'll try to help you out. I just want to make sure that the people who are following along are following along okay. Okay, so Sigma says that the web shell is ready. Great. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to upload this malicious web shell. Okay, so let's go over to our Firefox browser over here. It says protect the factory. If you see any suspicious people near the factory, take a picture and upload it here. So where's the malicious PHP code? Where do you browse it? Oh, okay. We'll talk about it. Actually, we know where it went, because when we did our derb scan, let's see. When we did our derb scan, we found that there was an upload directory. So it found the uploads directory over here. So we're kind of guessing that it's going to be uploaded to this directory after it gets uploaded. Okay, so in the Firefox browser, we can select a file to upload, and this is going to be in the root directory. So you can go over to other locations and then click on computer and then click on root, because that's the directory where the file is saved. So double click root, and then you can select all supported types, all files. That's going to let you select the webshell.php page. So after you select it, click on open, and then click on submit. After you click on submit, it says invalid extension. So the reason, can anybody tell me why it says invalid extension when you try to upload the webshell.php file? So the reason why we're not able to upload our PHP file is because it's looking for a picture to be uploaded. Yeah, the file extension. So this is not the case on all web pages where you can upload, but if you take a look at the source, at the HTTP source for this page, so right click and then select view page source, you're going to see at the bottom of the page source that it's going to say type file, ID file, choose file except .jpeg, .jpg, .png. So these are the file extensions that it accepts. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to fool the web application by naming the web shell a different name. So Amari asks, you have more information about the directory upload. Yeah, so we one more time we found using the dirb program. Okay, I think I accidentally closed my attack box. Okay, let me load that back up. Okay, here we are. So let me go ahead and so remember everybody that the attack box has a web browser tab and the Firefox inside of the attack box has a web browser tab. So that's kind of confusing. But yeah, so what we need to do is we need to rename this file because it only accepts files with certain file extensions. So we're going to minimize the Firefox browser. We're going to go over to our terminal and we're going to rename the file. So the file is webshell.php. We can use the following command to rename the file, and we're going to give it a different name. So mv for move. This is how we rename files inside of Linux. So it's going to be webshell.php. We're going to change it over to webshell.jpg.php. So the program might only be looking for this part of the file name to make sure that it's actually uploading a picture file. So when we do this command, and I'll copy this command over to everybody else who wants to take a look at it. So after we run the command, we see that we've renamed webshell.php to webshell.jpeg.php. So this might be enough to fool the web application into accepting this file. So we can test this by going over to the web application. So we're just going to go over to the Firefox browser. We're going to select, and we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And we're just going to take a little break while the ads are running on Twitch and on YouTube. And in the meantime, we're going to watch some birds. I love my birds. I love my backyard birds. And this is one of my favorite birds that comes to the backyard. Okay, so we're just going to take a little break for about a minute or so, and then we'll be back after the ads are finished in a minute. If you need to get up and stretch or have a drink of water, now's the time to do so. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Okay, yeah. So this is security footage from my backyard. I set up a little security camera to keep track of the birds over here because I love watching the birds and watching them eating and flying around. Every once in a while, we see some rare birds, but most of the time, it's the same birds that come around. Let's go ahead and put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Okay, so we're trying to upload the file and we changed the name of the file. We're going to go over to other locations. We need to go to computer and we need to go over to the root directory because that's where the file was saved to. So in the root directory, we're going to select, let's see, all supported types or all files. We're going to select all files. And after we select all files, we're going to see this page over here. Sorry, this file over here. It's called webshell.jpeg.php. So the reason why we need PHP at the end is that if we don't have PHP at the end, then we can't run the code inside of the file. So go ahead and click on webshell.jpeg.php, click on open, and then click on the submit button over here. So after we do that, it says file received successfully. So that means that the file was uploaded. And we know that there is a upload directory on this particular web application. Xmetric says that was fast. That was fast. Theo is rating with 15 viewers. Thank you very much. Fast as ice. Fast as ice. Okay, so we know that there's an upload directory on the web application because we found it using the derb tool. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just doing a little lesson where we're teaching everybody how to do file upload attacks. My name is the Shy Hat. I teach cybersecurity here on Twitch and on YouTube. And we just successfully uploaded this file over here. It's called webshell.jpeg.php. So we managed to successfully bypass the filter on the web application on the upload function for the application. So what we can do is we can just click on this file over here to access it. So we click on the file and we see that it's blank. That's fun. Good THM room. Fixit42. Hello, Fixit42. Nice to see you here. And yeah, so the reason why this web shell is blank when we go over to the file here, webshell.jpeg.php, is because inside of the code, it designated that we need to use a certain URL parameter to use the web shell. So what we're going to do is on the end of the URL, we're going to put $CMD equals who am I. So what this is going to do is it's going to run the who am I command through the parameter over here, and we get something back. And apparently we're running as the Apache user on the web server. So if you want to see what the path is, this is the path that we would use inside the web browser. Okay, so Theo's lurking to go grab some food. Yeah, go and feed yourself, Theo. Thank you very much, and welcome in, Raiders, one more time. Okay, so we managed to use this the URL parameter to start running some commands. So this is what a web shell does. It lets people run commands on the underlying web server by using the web application. So we can actually replace the who am I command with any command we want. We could run pwd to see which directory we're in. So this is the directory we're in. We can replace the command with ls to see what's inside this directory. So there is webshell.jpeg.php in this directory. And let's talk a little bit about what we've done so far. Okay, so the file upload condition. The application lets us upload files, and a lot of applications only let you upload files of a certain type. In this case, it's looking for picture files. So file upload attacks will not work unless the web application executes code in files. So PHP is a classic example, and web applications that host PHP files are a good indication that an app is vulnerable. Well, is vulnerable, not necessarily, but it is one of the conditions that we need to fulfill to do the file upload attack. So over here, we need to make sure that the web application can run some sort of scripting code. And we took a look at the web shell. So we used the web shell, and we created a file with these contents inside the web shell. In file upload attacks, there are generally two types of files. There are two types of file contents that are used. So those are going to be either web shells or reverse shells. So web shells let you run commands through using the web page, and the reverse shell is going to give you a reverse shell connection from the web server to your attacking machine. So in our case, we decided to use a web shell. So in this case, we'll use a web shell, which is a file that allows us to run OS commands when accessing the web page. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the web application over here. And so we can basically run any commands we want, any Linux commands we want through the web shell by using command equals whatever command we want. So command equals ls, command equals who am I. And what we're going to do is we're going to get some information to solve this the room over here. So inside of the TryHackMe webpage, if you go down to the bottom of task number 4, we've got some questions. So answer the questions below. What string of text needs to be added to the URL to get access to the upload page? So the upload page, we need to add a certain something something. I think I left it in the chat just a little while ago. Let me copy that one more time. So this is the answer for the first question. This is the answer for the first question, so you can provide that as the answer. So just paste that in and then click on submit. And your answer is correct. So the second question is, what type of file is accepted by the site? What type of file is accepted by the site? So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 letters over here. What's another word that means picture files? I think it should be the word image. So we can click and yeah, so that's going to be the answer for that one. So for anybody who's joining in right now, we're currently doing this room over here on Try Hack Me, and we're doing task number 4 inside the room. It talks about file upload attacks. Okay, so the next question over here is bypass the filter and upload a reverse shell. So we didn't upload a reverse shell, we uploaded a web shell. And the question here asks, which directory are the upload files stored? So that's going to be the uploads directory. So let's see, /uploads/ submit that as the answer for the next question. Done. Okay, so activate the reverse shell and catch it in the netcat listener. We're just going to pretend that we did that, so we're just going to click on complete. Level of this exercise. Level of this exercise, well, I mean, we're trying to teach beginner level skills over here on HackerFrogs. And the last question over here is, what is the flag in /var/www/flag.txt? So we can find out by using the web shell. And we're just going to, well, var www flag.txt. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this file path. So it's going to look a lot like this. So this is the command we want to run. So we can go over to, we can actually go over to this web browser right here. So instead of command equals ls, we're going to do command equals cat space /var/www/flag.txt. Okay, and you know what? I can't see this very well, so I'm just going to go over to the full view over here. And what does it say? It says, have a flag, you deserve it. And if anybody's wondering what path we're using for the web shell, this is the path right over here. Of course, what you need to do is you need to sub in your own IP address for the IP address in the command, or sorry, in the URL there. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Okay, so it says, have a flag, you deserve it. We got a flag over here. What we need to do is we just need to copy it. So highlight it all, copy it, then go over to the Try Hack Me page and provide this as the answer. Click on submit, and then you're done. Okay, so if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did in this class, please let us know in the chat. And if you have any comments, if you have any questions, let us know, because, well, we want to answer as many questions as we can. We don't want anybody to feel like they're lost. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and talk about a summary. So let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So what are file upload attacks? File upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to a web server and then accessed on the web app, executing the code within those uploaded malicious files. So there are 3 conditions we need to fulfill to do a file upload attack, and the first one is we need to be able to upload files. So naturally, to perform a file upload attack, we need to have the ability to upload files to a web accessible directory. Sigma says, this was fun, real hacker vibes. Yeah, I mean, this used to be very common on the internet maybe 20 years ago, but these days it's kind of hard to find an application that's actually vulnerable to this kind of simple file upload attack. Not saying that it's not out there, and I'm not saying that you should go out and look for these things, because Yeah, file upload attacks. Well, they'll get you in trouble if you're doing it on some random person's website. Okay, so the second condition is the code execution condition. So file upload attacks will not work unless the web app executes code and files. So PHP is a classic example, and web apps that host PHP files are a good indicator that the app is vulnerable to this kind of attack. And the last one is the known upload location condition. The last condition of the file upload attack is the ability to access the malicious file you upload to the application. So even if we're able to upload malicious code to the application, if we can't find that file inside of the website, then it's kind of useless because we can't actually execute the code. Yones says, with vibe coding, I'm sure that that's the point. You're not supposed to vibe code because vibe coding creates insecure code. But yeah, thank you very much for pointing that out. Okay, so what's next? So there are only a couple of lessons left for the network hacking course that we're doing over here. But in the next HackerFrogs After School workshop, we're going to be learning how to escalate privileges on Linux servers. So when we hack against Linux systems, when we get access to them, what we want to do is we want to go from a regular user to a super user. And we can become the super user by doing something called privilege escalation. So we're going to be learning that in the next HackerFrogs After School workshop. And the next HackerFrogs After School workshop is going to be on Monday. Today's Friday, TGIF everybody. And we're going to be doing the last two workshops on Monday of next week and Wednesday of next week. So please stay tuned for that. So we're just going to be ending this portion of the stream, and in the next portion of the stream, what are we going to be doing? So for anybody who's wondering, we've got a Reddit for HackerFrogs, and the HackerFrogs Reddit has the schedule that we do for our live streams. So today is Friday. We just did HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking number 8, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be doing some coding for hacking. We're going to be solving some CTF labs using our awesome Python skills, and that's going to be happening for the next hour or so. So please look forward to that. All right, so for everybody on Twitch and on YouTube, we're going to be taking a short break while I finish off the class on Zoom. I've got some Zoom students, and I just need to finish off the class with them, and then we'll be back and doing the next part of the stream. So for everybody on YouTube and Twitch, we're going to be going to a Be Right Back screen for a couple of minutes, and we're going to be playing a little bit of music. So please enjoy the music, and that's loud. Enjoy the Be Right Back screen. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, everybody, we're back. We're back, and what are we doing? What are we going to be doing next? So we're going to be doing some Python coding. So let's see. We've been doing a series of CTF exercises over at hackmyvm.eu. So to anybody who doesn't know, hackmyvm.eu is a great place to learn about all sorts of great hacking topics. And let's get the link for everybody. Let me log in first. And we're just doing some of the labs over here. We're currently doing the temperance lab. So if you are wondering, this is the link for the challenges we're doing today. And what we need to do is we need to get the scripts for the challenges that we were doing last time. So last time we were doing, where is it? Temperance. Okay, so temperance. We've got all of the solutions that we did for the previous levels over at this GitHub link over here. And the last level that we left off on was level number 10. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be working on level number 11 and maybe level number 12 today. So what we like to do is we like to recycle our code because, well, if you're writing from scratch, you're not doing it very efficiently. So I'm just going to copy this code over here, and then we're going to go over to our Kali Linux machine over here. We're going to create a couple of windows, and we're going to be working inside of those. So I'm just going to move into my temp directory. And if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're covering, let us know. Okay, I'm going to create another terminal window. And let's resize these windows. So the reason why we're resizing the windows is because we're going to be writing our Python code in one of the windows, and we're going to be running the Python code in another window. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to create the code that we did for the last level. Okay, so we're going to call this file level11.py, and we're going to paste in the code that we used for level 10, and we're going to be editing this code over here to finish the next level, which is level number 11. So level number 11 is going to be over here. So level 11. And in this level, let's take a look at what we need to do in this level. So in this level, well, in each one of these levels, there are different requirements to fulfill to finish the level and get the flag for the level. And in this level, you will receive a string in Morse code. You must decode it and return it. And well, so just as the message says, we're going to receive some Morse code from the server over here. And what we need to do is decode this and then send the decoded result back to the server. So how are we going to do this? We're going to figure it out as we go. Glory Buggy says, with Kali, you don't need VS Code to write code. Well, we're just going to be using a very simple text editor to edit our code. So this is going to upset some people, but we're just using the nano text editor to edit the code over here. And the reason we're doing this is because, well, this isn't a very large piece of code, so we don't really need anything super special to write this code. Okay, but anyways, let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we want to do is we want to reach out to level number 11. GX000 says, Vim or bust. Vim or bust. Some people really love their Vim. But welcome to the stream, GX000, and let's give you your redeem, the Budweiser frogs.
Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud.
But you've been here all along. Awesome, awesome. That's I like to hear that. Okay. So let's go ahead and edit this code. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go into the previous level's code. We need to change it so that it accesses level 11 instead of level 10. So this is how we do it. And before we get going, let me tell you about what the code actually does. So inside of our Python code here, we're mostly using the socket module to interact with the server. GX00 says, I pinged you on Slack because you were late to start at 3. I usually start about 5 minutes after 3 because I need to wrangle my students. But thank you for letting me know about that. Zos the Goat Herd says, first thing I do on a new VM or remote machine is I copy over my Vim RC. Yeah. So the people who are diehard Vim fans, they need to get their Vim going on every machine that they're running it on. Okay, so the socket module is basically going to communicate with the server, with the CTF server. The CTF server is temperance.hackmyvm.eu, and we're going to be communicating with it on this random port over here. Well, it's not a random port, but it's an arbitrary port. And this is what the socket module does. It communicates over arbitrary networking ports. GX00 says, how do you know who a diehard Vim fan is? The answer is, don't worry, they'll tell you every chance they get. I think it's great to have your favorite text editor, of course. I'm not super invested in any particular text editor. That's why I use a really simple one like Nano. But okay, this is what we're doing over here. So with the socket module, we can make socket objects. So this is how we do it. So with socket.socket, socket.afnet, socket sockstream as S. So we create a socket object that's called S, which is convenient because we don't want to type out the word socket over and over again. Then we connect to the server by using this method over here, s.connect, host port. So this is the host and this is the port. The first thing we do is we connect to the host and receive a message. So we're just going to print out this message, receiving intro, data equals s.receive 1024. So we receive this many bytes, and then we print out the data that we received from the server. Then we send level 11 to choose level number 11 of this challenge. Doing Nano with Python, bold move. Is it a bold move? This is what I've been doing for a really long time. OreoBite, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Okay, so the next thing we do is we print receiving intro, we receive the data, we print that data out, and then we send the level that we want to do for the CTF challenge, which is level number 11. The next thing we do is we're going to print out receiving challenge, and then we receive the initial information from, well, after the banner, we receive the information from the server. In this case, it's going to be some Morse code. So we're going to go ahead and edit out. We're going to comment out everything that comes afterwards in the code, and we're just going to make sure that this portion of the code works. So we've got this portion of the code. It's ready. We're going to write it out with the Control O keyboard shortcut to write this out to level 11.py. OreoBite says, if you add any new lines, it's easy to get the indent errors with Nano. Swapping out a single thing without changing any lines is fine. Okay, but yeah, so we've got the our initial part of the script over here. We're going to be workshopping this to make sure that each step inside of the script works. So in the other window here, we're just going to run Python level 11.py. And we receive the initial messages from the server. So we've got the banner over here, and then we receive the challenge. It is bytes, and it is this Morse code over here. So what we need to do first is we need to convert these bytes over to a string, because in Python, most of the operations aren't going to work on bytes. And this is how we're going to do it. So in the code, we're going to uncomment this portion over here. So the next step is to convert the bytes into a string. So this is pretty standard for most of the exercises here. So data string is going to be data2, which is what we received over here, decoded into UTF-8 format, and then we're going to print out this message. These are the bytes converted into a string. And then we'll just comment out everything after this, and we're going to run it one more time to make sure that the data is decoded as a string. So we're going to write that out. Then we're going to run the Python script one more time. So this is the Morse code over here as bytes, and we know it's bytes because it's prepended with this little b over here. And these are the bytes converted into a string. Okay, so it looks like a string. Well, it's not bytes anyways. So the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to convert the Morse code into the decoded version inside of Python. So we can go over to our handy dandy Google search. So Morse code decode Python. So we're just going to give this, and Google actually has AI incorporated into its search now. Glory Buggy asks, how can someone be safe in a VM? With a VPN or something else? So, I mean, it really depends on what your definition of safe is. So using a VM itself is a little bit safer than running on your local environment, because if you're running inside a VM, if there's any viruses or malicious code that's running, it's going to affect the VM and it's not going to affect your host. So that's already kind of safe. Okay, so the AI says decoding Morse code in Python typically involves mapping Morse code sequences to their corresponding English characters, numbers, and punctuation. This can be achieved using a dictionary to store the mapping. So it gives us this little information over here. So Morse code dictionary. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, and then we do a little. I wonder if there's something a little easier than this. Okay, everybody, we got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube, and we take a little break. So we're just going to take a little bit of about a minute of a break and put on some birds while we take a little water break. So if you need to go get some water, if you need to use the washroom, now is the time to do so. And we'll be back in about a minute or so.
Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud.
GX00 says froggy sounding birds. Yeah. Glory Buggy says, you know that your IP address is the same as your host on the VM when you're in NAT? That's true. That's true. So, I mean, when you're talking about staying safe in your VM, I guess what you could do is you could use a VPN connection so that your IP address is not the same as your actual IP address. So that would involve using some sort of VPN service. If you want a free VPN service that is fairly well respected, you probably look for something like Proton VPN. So Proton VPN. And I'll just leave the link over here. So Proton VPN is free. Well, there's a free version, and there's a paid version. But the free version is pretty reliable. At least that's what I've heard from other people. So GX00 says, should never trust a VM 100%. There is malware that can break out of the sandbox. It's true. There is malware that breaks out of the sandbox, but it's pretty unlikely. I guess, do you accept that risk? If you accept the risk of using the VPN, then I suppose you can use the VM and feel okay about it. Okay, let's go back to decoding Morse code. So we got this code here for decoding Morse code, but I'm pretty sure there has to be like a better way of doing this. So there's a dictionary over here. So, is there a Morse code translator in Python? So let's see over here. There might be a module or something that does the same thing. Okay, so this over here, this is another implementation where we have to actually put in a Morse code dictionary and then write a function that encrypts or decrypts the Morse code. So I guess we're gonna have to bite the bullet, and it's pretty long. Okay. Anyways, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to put in the Morse code dictionary. So the Morse code dictionary, we're going to define it as this is a dictionary? Yeah, this is a dictionary. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go back to our code, and it looks like we're going to have to incorporate all this stuff into our script. So we're going to do this before we create the socket object. Let's paste in that code. Okay, so this is the dictionary over here. So we got all the Multi-Academy by David. Multi-Academy by David has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. I used it. It's good and free. Awesome, awesome, Omari. Good to hear that Proton VPN is a good value. Let's give you a hacked planet. Thank you very much, Multi-Academy by David.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up,
Okay, so we got the Morse code dictionary in here. The next thing we need to do is we need to define the functions that decode and encode Morse code. And let's go ahead and go back to the code over here. So this is well, this article over here is from Geeks for Geeks. If you want to take a look at what we're looking at now, this is it. Okay, so the next thing is the function to encrypt the string. So we actually don't need the function to encrypt the string. We only need the function to decrypt the string. So we can actually skip by this portion of the code. So function to decrypt the string from Morse to English. So this is it here. So let's go ahead and copy this. Okay, so this is the code here. Let's copy it. And let's see, hard-coded driver function to run the program. I don't think we need this portion of the code. So let's go ahead and just grab this decrypt function and incorporate it into our code. So over here, we're just going to paste in that function. And we're going to go over the function to make sure that we understand what's going on. So decrypt message. Okay, so let's see, extra space added at the end to access the last Morse code. Message is going to be, I guess what we're going to do is we're going to define the message. So the message is probably going to be whatever we receive from the server, right? So in that case, decipher is a string, and ciphertext is going to be this. I guess we're going to turn the message into the ciphertext, and then we're going to decipher, and we're going to gradually add to the deciphered message and then print that out. So we've got a for loop over here, for letter and message. Checks for a space. If the letter is equal to a space, counter to keep track of spaces. So it iterates on the spaces. It stores the Morse code of a single character, though the ciphertext is going to be added to the letter. In the case of space, if I equals 1, that indicates a new character, okay? And if I equals 2, that indicates a new word, okay? And then adds a space to separate words. So if none of that occurs, then what we're going to do is we're going to do decipher. We're going to add to the decipher string this list of Morse code dictionary keys. Morse code dictionary .keys. So is this what the list is called? I'm pretty sure it is. Glory Becky says, let's see, with web applications and computer vulnerabilities, which one is easy to get to the first and then the other? Web application, computer vulnerability. Glory Becky, could you, I'm not too sure what you're asking. Could you rephrase the question? Then I think I might be able to answer the question. But yeah, could you ask the question in a slightly different way? Thank you, Glory Buggy. Okay, so let's see. Morse code dict.keys. So let me just check that the dictionary. Yeah, so this is called Morse code dict. This is the dictionary here. It's going to check against this to see which letter is being referred to, and then it'll decode it and then add it to the message. Okay, so and then at the very end, it's going to return the decipher string. So the decipher string is it's initialized as blank, but it gets added to as we run the for loop over here. Okay, so I think we should be able to run this function here. So decrypt, we're going to give decrypt to, we're going to run decrypt on the message, right? And the message is data string. So data string is here. Okay, and so the next thing is to run the function. Run the decrypt function on the Morse code. Amari asks, in which case the Morse crypt is used? Morse crypt. The Morse code. Yeah, Morse code is, well, it's a list of lines and dots like we see over here. Glory Beggy says, I meant web hacking and computer hacking. Which one can I get started with first? What do you define as computer hacking? Do you define computer hacking as like binary hacking? Or do you define computer hacking as in network hacking? So could you give me an example of the computer hacking? And maybe I'll understand what you mean by computer hacking. Because computer hacking sounds a bit vague. Okay, so run the decrypt function on the Morse code. So we're just going to call it decrypted Morse code equals, what is the name of that function? It's decrypt, right? Decrypt. Run decrypt on data string. Okay, and we're going to print this out. This is the message. Decoded from Morse code. And we're going to print out decrypted Morse code. Okay, and then we're going to comment out the rest of this. And let's see if we can decrypt the Morse code. We're going to write this out, and then we're going to run the script. Okay, so it seems like we've, hold on, this, yeah. Just need to resize this a little bit. Resize, okay. All right, so we received the challenge, we received the Morse code bytes. So these are the bytes converted into a string, and then this is the message decoded from Morse code. It becomes this over here. So just to make sure that this is the correct translation, I'm going to copy this Morse code here, and I'm going to use a web app to confirm that this is the correct message. So we're just going to go over to good old Google. We're going to look for Morse code translator. Okay, Morse code translator. I think I should be able to paste in this, and the output here is starts with YY, ends with CT. So starts with YY, ends with CT. So this managed to translate it correctly. So decode it correctly. That's great. Okay, so the last couple of things that we need to do is we need to convert this message to bytes and then send it back to the server, because the server doesn't accept anything but bytes. Amara says, which case Morse code is used, you don't have Kali tools to decrypt directly the Morse code. Well, I mean, these aren't Kali tools that we're using. We're using Python to decode the Morse code. But there are a lot of different ways that we can decode Morse code. For example, we can decode it using one of several web applications. There are quite a few applications that decode Morse code, like this one over here. And I'll just leave the link. Glory Buggy says, I mean network and web hacking. So here's the thing: web app hacking is a subset of network hacking, because whenever you're using the internet, you're also using a computer network. So, but yeah, I see your point. Web app hacking and network hacking they're different, but your original question was, which one is easier to do, right? Or which one is easier to learn? I think for most people, it's easier to learn web app hacking, because most people know how to use a web browser, and they're more familiar with how websites work. So if you're interested in, well, I mean, the other good thing about web app hacking is that there's more demand for testing in the web app space than there is for the network space. So when you're talking about network hacking, you're mostly talking about Active Directory, because most computer networks use a lot of Windows machines that are running Active Directory. Amari says, so who uses this for what type of work? I don't understand. It's like cryptography. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that Morse code is used all the time, especially at sea. So ships use Morse code a lot. I'm pretty sure they still use it. Just for fun, I'll ask, how common is Morse code used in the modern world? I'm pretty sure it's still used a lot for nautical stuff, so people at sea. So it's less common today than in the 20th century. It's got its niche. Oh, okay, so people use ham radio, still use Morse code. Some navigational aids still identify themselves using Morse code in aviation nautical navigation. Let's see, submarines use it. Historical and nostalgic use. So accessibility and assistive technology. So it's the thing about Morse code is that even though more sophisticated methods of communication exist, Morse code will still be it's still used as a backup. But yeah, I'm glad I'm glad you asked the question, because I needed to confirm for myself whether or not this was the case. Okay, let's go back. Alright, so the last thing we need to do is we need to convert this string into bytes and then send it back to the server. So we're going to do, in the code, we're going to get rid of this one, sort the text. We don't need this one, we need to convert the string to bytes. So this bytes variable, this is going to be the decrypted Morse code. .encode to UTF-8, from UTF-8 to convert it into bytes. So this is the string converted to bytes, and before we finish the challenge, we're just going to make sure that this converts correctly. So we're going to write this out, and then we're going to run the script one more time. Okay, so the Morse code gets translated, and then we convert it into bytes over here. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we just need to send it back to the server. So send the challenge back, sending challenge, we send the bytes. So s.send, and then we receive the flag to finish the challenge. So let's go ahead and complete the final script, and then run the script one more time. Platino says, hey, what are you into right now? I just joined. Hello, Platino. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some script writing over here to complete some CTF challenges. So if you're interested, this is what we're taking a look at right now. And you can join in yourself if you have an account over at hackmyvm.eu. Okay, so what happened? So we received the banner from the server, then we received the challenge message in bytes. We converted these bytes into a string, this Morse code over here, and then we used a function to convert the Morse code into regular English, and then we received this. We converted this decoded message into bytes, and then we sent the bytes to the server and then received the flag. So this is it. We can go ahead and copy the flag, and then we can submit the flag to finish the challenge. Okay, so over here, we're gonna submit the flag. And what do we get? So it says you have submitted the flag successfully. Yay! Okay. All right. So we just finished level number 11, and we can move on to the next challenge. Okay, so the next challenge is going to be level number 12. So before we talk about what we're doing in this level, what we're going to do is we're just going to do a little bit of cleanup. We've got our code over here. We're just going to save this, and we're going to save this to our GitHub repository. Well, whenever you do a cybersecurity challenge, you need to document what you did, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So I'm just going to copy the code. I'm going to go over to my GitHub, and let's see. We're going to create a new file inside of my my directory over here. So temperance, add file, create new file. This is called level x11.py. Paste in the code, and we're going to save this out. Okay, so what do we have? So Silas Roger 123. Hello, nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun redeem. Hey, what's up? We're hacking the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
So what are we doing? We're solving some exercises, some CTF exercises using our Python coding skills. So we just created a script to solve the level over here, and we basically adjust the script little by little each time we do a new level for this for these challenges over here, because programmers need to be as efficient as possible, and most of the time that involves recycling their code. Silas Roger 123 says, I do hacking too. I'm new. A few days ago, I hacked my first website. WordPress. Oh, okay. Did you, what platform were you using? Were you using TryHackMe or Hack the Box or some other education platform to do the hacking? Let us know. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next challenge. So we got this, we got the script we used for the previous challenge. We're just going to rename the script we used for the previous challenge, which is level number 11. So we're just going to rename this to level x12.py, and then we can start working on it. So we're just going to run nano to edit the script. So over here, I'm pretty sure we're not working with Morse code anymore, so we can just get rid of all this portion of the script that has to do with Morse code, and we're just going to keep everything that has to do with contacting the server. Silas Roger says, "Oh, real website, but it was yours. Oh, okay. So you're hacking your own stuff. That's awesome. Bacon Edit says, imagine he says he hacked in real life and tomorrow it's on the news. Glory Buggy says, can you give me a roadmap for web hacking? A roadmap for web hacking. So, Glory Buggy, what do you know already? Let me know what you know already, and then I can help you out by giving you some advice on where to go next. So, if you already have experience with technology, please let me know. Very little. Okay. So this is what I suggest for people who are just getting into hacking, technical hacking. I've got a starter pack. So the starter pack is over here. We've got a couple of YouTube playlists. So these are basically the materials from the A+ certification course from CompTIA. If you work through the course, it'll give you some basics about IT technology. So it'll talk about how to use Windows, how to use Linux, concepts like computer networking, and the material is very good. It's from Professor Messer, who is a very well-respected educator for computer networking topics. And the last list is easy cybersecurity challenges. So this is my own list. It's basically a bunch of walkthroughs for challenges from the echoCTF website. So echoCTF is a very good website. It's one of my favorite websites for learning beginner cybersecurity. So echoCTF, it's over here, and you can make an account over there, and it's completely free. GX00 says, web hacking first step, install the web server with PHP. Install a web server with the PHP and then get hacked. Yeah. QSEC says, learn XSS, SQL injection, inspect HTML, JS, CSS, and so on. That's some pretty solid advice. Thank you very much for following Silas Roger, 123, and Nikki the Neck. Thank you very much for following. Let me get a Nyan Cat for you all. It's the meme that never dies. So Silas Roger asks, is it web hacking? So here's the list. The list for the playlist for echoCTF. It starts off with Linux stuff. Because while most people use, most cybersecurity students learn Linux because there's a lot of good options for learning about cybersecurity using Linux. But the echoCTF challenge list in particular, it starts off with a lot of Linux tutorials over here, but it eventually gets into web app hacking stuff. So the web app hacking stuff is going to be, where is it going to be? I think it starts at log on. So I think this is yeah, so log on, inspect HTML, where are the robots? These are all challenges that cover web stuff. So just go ahead and work through the challenges on the echoCTF list. If you find that you've done this before, you can skip that particular video and then move on to the next one. So this particular web playlist is this over here. Okay, so let's see. GX00 says, I'm serious. I feel like you should start with the basics, understanding how software works, configured. It's the best way to start at hacking. Website stuff, know Linux pretty well. I use Kali and Ubuntu. Okay, awesome. But GX00 is, yeah. I think, if you want to do it the proper way, of course, you should learn how web technologies work in general and start deploying your own websites and then do hacking against them. But for people who want to just jump into it, then if you want to learn web app hacking in particular, the challenges over at echoCTF, they're pretty good. And another good resource to use is the Natus games from overthewire.org. Let me get that website. So over the wire, Natus. So this is a series of challenges that you can challenge to learn about web app security. And it just so happens that I have a playlist for this too. We went through the first, I think it was 14 levels of the Natus game. Let me get that playlist. Oh, you were on that website this morning. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so for anybody who's looking for over-the-wire Natus, oh, you got 12 videos. Okay. Let me copy that. This is the link. Okay, let's move let's move back to doing the exercise over here. So we're trying to solve the exercise over here on level 12. We've got the script for level 11, and well, I guess what we need to do is we need to figure out what we need to achieve on level number 12. So let's go ahead and take a look over here. Oh, it logged me out. Okay, HMV Labs, Temperance, and okay, so this is level number 12. What are we doing? So on this level, it says, in this mission you will receive a string and a number. You must return the string repeated n number of times. So for example, you get the input, this string over here with 17. That means you need to multiply this string 17 times and then send it back to the server. So Silas Rogers says, I haven't used it, but I looked at it. Are you talking about the Natus war game? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. If you want to get some explanation as to what's going on for each one of those levels, you can take a look at my playlist over here. So the playlist, when I did these walkthroughs, I tried to, oh, why is there a random hack my VM video in here? But yeah, for each one of these levels, I tried to explain which web app vulnerability was being covered in these levels, and I try to do a detailed explanation as to what's going on. So if you can't solve any of the levels, then try looking at the walkthrough, and hopefully you learn something. So the thing about doing these challenges is that you don't want to, if you get stuck, you don't want to not learn anything. You don't learn anything if you get stuck on a challenge and you can't finish it. If you look at the write-ups, so you look at the walkthroughs, the videos, and then you learn something from the experience, that's much better than getting stuck on a challenge and then giving up. You don't have to worry, don't feel bad about not being able to solve something if you don't know, the concepts behind it. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we will run them on YouTube, and we will put on some birds. Here are the greedy sparrows. We'll be back in about 30 seconds, just need to have some water. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Alright, so where are we? Okay, so if we receive this string over here with this number, we need to multiply the string this many times and then send it back to the server. So how do we do that? Let's figure it out. So back at our code over here, we're just going to send the fact that we're communicating with level number 12, because we need to change the string that we send to the server each time we access a new level. So we're accessing level 12, we need to send level 12 to the server. We're going to receive the challenge from the server, and then we're going to convert the bytes into a string. This is all pretty standard for each one of these challenges. So after this in the script, we're going to comment out everything else, and then we're going to save the script. So save the script and then run the script in another window. So in here, okay, so what do we get from the server? So we receive the banner from the challenge, and then we receive the challenge string. So it's this string right here, and then a number. So what we need to do is we need to grab this string and save it, and then we need to multiply the string by this number over here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn this thing that we received from the server into a list. So I think, how do we do that? So turn into a list. So in the script, we're going to separate the string from the number by turning the pair into a list. Okay, so what is how do we turn a string into a list? I need to look this up every time. Okay, so Python turn string into list. I did this very, very recently. Okay, so list into a list separated by space. Okay, so this is going to be the split method. So we run split on the string, and then we can turn it into a list. All right, let's do that. Okay, so it's going to be list from string. It's going to be, what is it going to be? Data string, because the string is this over here. So data string dot split, and we're gonna print a little message. This is the string separated into a list. And we're going to print out that with list from string. Okay, so let's write that out, and then let's run the script. So this is a string separated into a list. Okay, great. Then we're going to take the elements of this list, and we're going to turn them into some separate variables. So what do we do? So this portion of the script is going to turn the elements of the list into variables. Okay, so let's see. So we need to get the string. Let's call this the target string. So target string is going to be list from string element 0. So element 0 is the first thing in the list, which is this right here. And then element number 1 is going to be the number. So target string is going to be that. And then target number, that's going to be the integer of list from string element number 1. And to confirm this, we need to print out some messages. So we're going to print this is the string and we're going to print out target string, and we're also going to print out print this is the number, and then the target number. Okay, let's see if this works. We'll run the script one more time. So this is the string, this is the number. This is the string, this is the number. So this is all working out. So the next thing we need to do is we need to multiply the string by the number, and that's going to be what we need to send back to the server to finish the challenge. So this next part of the script is going to create the multiplied string to send back to the server. Okay, and what do we do here? So, I guess we'll just call this multiplied string, so mult string. Thank you very much, Lamreda for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. You are now HackerFrog. Let's go ahead and give you a fun redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? It's the meme that never dies. So the multiplied string is going to be, it's going to be target string times target number. So target string times target number, when we multiply strings in Python, we basically get it repeated a number of times. And I'm pretty sure we won't, it also doesn't provide a space in between each one, so that's perfect for what we're looking at. I am Reda. Oh, great. What are we working on? So we're doing some coding challenges. So we've got a little CTF challenge website. It's called Hack My VM, and each level of this little game over here is going to require you to do some different stuff to whatever you receive from the server. We're going to have to solve the challenges by writing up little scripts. So we're going to be writing we're writing Python scripts to solve these challenges, and I'm talking about what exactly we're using the code for to solve the challenges. Okay, so create the multiplied string to send back to the server. So mult string is going to be target string times target number, and then we're going to print out a little message. So let's see, print. This is the multiplied string. Okay, and then we're going to give it the mult string. Okay, let's write this out. Let's run the script to see if it works. Okay, so we get QBEFK 7, so we need to... Is this 7 times? I'm pretty sure this is 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, awesome. All we need to do now is to convert this string back into bytes and then send it back to the server, and then we'll be done. Okay, so this is going to convert the string to bytes. So bytes equals mult string dot encode from UTF-8 to turn it back into bytes. And just to make sure that this goes through correctly, we're going to test this one more time to make sure it converts back into bytes before we finish the challenge. Okay, so this is the multiplied string. Okay, great. And this is the string converted to bytes. Awesome. So all we need to do now is give the code to send the challenge back. So send the challenge back. So print sending challenge and then send bytes. So the bytes, we send it back to the server, and then we're going to receive the flag, receive some data from the server, and then print that data, which should be the flag that we need to complete the challenge. Okay, so let's write this out and then run the script one more time. Awesome, it worked. So what do? We received from the server a string and a number. So and then we converted those bytes into a string, and then we separated that string into two elements. The string that we need to multiply and the number of times we need to multiply it by. So we separated those into some variables, the string and the number, and then we multiplied the string by the number and then printed that out. We converted that into bytes, and then we sent it to the server to get the flag. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab that flag and then submit it to finish the challenge. Submit the flag. You have submitted the flag successfully. Okay, we finished the level. Great. Awesome, awesome. All right, we finished that challenge. Okay, so we're not going to do the next level for the challenge because we don't have enough time. We only have about 4 minutes, but what we're going to do is we're going to record this to our GitHub. So we record everything, every cybersecurity challenge we finish, we do a little write-up, and we put it on GitHub. That doesn't really matter where you put it, but you need to document everything that you're doing. Because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. That's something we say in cybersecurity. So even if you do all of the hacking, if you can't prove and reproduce the stuff that you found, you're not going to get paid. So everybody thinks it's the hacking that gets you paid when you work in cybersecurity. It's actually the report writing that you do afterwards that gets you paid. Okay, let's go back to GitHub and let's write out that file. So this is going to be level number 12. Level x12.py, okay. Paste in the code, save the code. Awesome. Thank you very much for following. Hello Matis. Hello Matis. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a desert frog. It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so what are we doing now? So we're a little bit early, but that's fine. If you're wondering, so HackerFrogs has a Reddit, and we publish our stream schedule every week. And if you want to figure out what we're doing on any given day, we stream 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And what are we going to be doing next? So we're doing some reverse engineering, some Windows reverse engineering over at the Malware Tech blog. Hack with K, hello, nice to see you here, Hack with K. Welcome to the stream. So if anybody doesn't know who Malware Tech is kind of a celebrity inside of cybersecurity. They stopped the what was the attack called? The WannaCry ransomware attack back in 2017. I think it was 2017. But they also do education on their website over here. And we're going to be doing these labs right here. So we've been working on this for a while. And we finished doing the reverse engineering on the shellcode, on the strings. So those labs we finished. We're going to be working on doing reverse engineering for shellcode this time. So how are we going to be doing that? Well, we're going to be accessing the lab over here, downloading a file to analyze, and we're going to be using the Ghidra program to analyze the Windows binary. So this is reverse engineering. I am not very good at reverse engineering, but I'll do my best, and let's see if we can muddle our way through these labs. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create a little environment to do our reverse engineering. So let me go ahead and fix up my terminal. Let's make a bunch of tabs. And let's move into our downloads directory because we're going to be downloading the vulnerable files that we need to inspect. So let's see. We're going to be doing this lab in particular, but before we do that, I guess we should talk about the lab basics. So we're going to be examining some shellcode over here. It says here shellcode is the most commonly discussed in the context of software hacking, but it's also extremely useful for malware. Normal applications are typically compiled into executables, which contain multiple discrete segments or sections. The executable expects each section to be loaded into memory at a specific address, or a specific distance from the previous section. As such, trying to move any code within the executable will usually result in the entire processes crashing. On the other hand, shell code is designed to be self-contained and work regardless of whatever memory address is loaded at. This means shell code can be easily moved around in memory and even copied into the memory or other processes, known as code injection. Okay, so shellcode can also be encrypted when not in use. This prevents anti-malware products from scanning it for malicious signatures. So when the code is needed, it can be decrypted, copied into executable memory, then run. These challenges serve as an introduction to working with malware, which utilizes shellcode to conceal functionality. While you may not need to fully reverse all the shellcode to extract the flag, it's always good to be able to explain what the shellcode does and why. GradXT, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's go ahead and change up our music, because we like to play some cool music when we do our hack and stuff. How about some moody space music? GradXT says, yeah, sounds like it's explaining cryptors and packers. Well, I mean, I've never really dealt with this stuff before. I would like to write a little reverse engineering course eventually, but I guess I need to learn about reverse engineering first. Okay, let's go ahead and access this first challenge over here. So these are all Windows executables. You're probably better off running these executables in a Linux environment, because even if the Windows binaries have viruses on them, they won't be able to execute in a Linux environment. But okay, what do we got over here? So we got some introductions. Let's see, this is a static analysis challenge, which means you don't need to run the executable or perform any debugging. All aspects of the task can be completed using a disassembler or decompiler. So the decompiler that we're going to be using is the Ghidra tool, which was released by the NSA, and I think it was almost 10 years ago, I think. Let me check with Wikipedia real quick. So this is the Ghidra tool. It's a reverse engineering tool that was developed by the NSA. So it was released. Oh, it was only released 6 years ago. Wow, it feels like a really long time ago. But yeah, it's actually a pretty popular tool because it's free and it's also pretty powerful. But anyways, let's before we jump ahead, let's learn a little bit more about the challenges we're going to be doing here. Okay, so our introduction, we've already read the introduction for shellcode, and we've got some lab specifics. So inside the example malware, you'll find the code responsible for running and executing the malicious shellcode, as well as the shellcode itself. Your job is to perform static analysis to figure out how the shellcode loader works, then extract and analyze the shellcode. Once you've figured out what the shellcode does, you should be able to manually extract the flag or write a script to do it for you. Well, I guess we'll see. Recommendations, they recommend running Windows to do this, but we're running Linux because we're going to be using the Ghidra program. Okay, so checking flags. Okay, so let's go ahead and download the file. So the download link is over here, and if anybody else wants to follow along, this is the download link. Okay, we'll go over to our downloads folder. I guess we don't need to use the downloads folder. We can just move into temp and then download the shellcode 1.rar file. So we'll unrar the file, and this is called shellcode 1. Shellcode 1. and then it will ask for the password. Neems, hello, nice to see you here, Neems. Welcome to the stream, hey. Okay, so the password for the RAR file is going to be located over here. It's malware tech labs. Let's go ahead and copy that so that we can provide the password and we can unzip the file. Okay. So shellcode1.exe, this is the malicious binary that we need to inspect. And we're going to inspect it using Ghidra. So we can start up the Ghidra program in Kali Linux by just typing in Ghidra. And we might as well add the ampersand over here just in case it locks up our terminal. So that's going to start up Ghidra. It's going to start up over here. Hello mateys, it says they didn't use infected as the password. Okay, that would have been a choice, yeah. Okay, so we got our Ghidra working over here, and I'm glad that it saved the settings from last time because okay, so this is strings 3. This is not the same. This is not the same one. We need to start a new project to do this one. So close, I guess we can close all. And then we can close tool. We can, from here, we'll just do a new project. Non-shared project is fine. We'll call this project name Malware Tech Labs Shellcode 1. Hello Matey says, it's the most common password for malware analysis archives and files. Really? I don't take a look at a lot of malware analysis archives, so I can't say I know too much about that. So, okay, so shellcode 1, let's create the project. From here we can import a file, and let's go ahead and do that. So import file. This should be in our temp directory. Okay, so shellcode1.exe. So let's go ahead and select file to import. It's going to give us the information over here. So that's a PE, or a regular executable file for Windows. It is in x86 language, 64-bit for Windows. Okay, sure. And let's go ahead and press OK. It's got our summary over here. It's got a lot of information about this binary. Gradxy says, what's funny is antivirus engines have started extracting with password infected and deleting samples. That's really funny. I guess they're very against people doing research, huh? Why did they do that? They it's because they don't want people to have these files on their computer. That's why. Okay, so let's go ahead and press OK. And I think we can analyze the file by double-clicking on it inside of Ghidra. Okay, so shellcode 1 has not been analyzed. Would you like to analyze it now? Sure, let's analyze it. We've got all this these analyzer plugins. I guess we'll just use the default ones. We will analyze. Okay, so now that we're taking a look at the file, we've got a bunch of different views that we can look at. There's the decompiler window over here. This is where Ghidra tries to take the assembly inside of the binary here and interpret it into C code. So if you know C code, then this will look a little bit more familiar to you. We also have the disassembler, and the disassembler is basically all the assembly instructions that were found inside the binary. So if you read x86 assembly, then you would be able to understand all the instructions that are going on in here. But if you don't, then you might feel a little bit lost. Okay, so what are we supposed to be be doing here? So it says here that we need to... You'll find the code responsible for running and executing the malicious shellcode, as well as the shellcode itself. Your job is to perform static analysis to figure out how the shellcode loader works, and then extract and analyze the shellcode. So let's go... okay. So we need to identify what's going on inside the binary. Over here. Okay. So we got the entry point over here. So void entry void. This is the main function for the application. This is what I'm assuming. And I don't think. Oh, okay. So there are a number of functions in here. So there's an entry function. So over here, there's an entry function. There's an MD5 hash function, and there are a few other functions over here as well. So we need to figure out where the shellcode is in all this. Okay, so I guess this is the section that deals with this code, which is nice. They identify what's going on. Let's see, what is here? So they're defining a bunch of variables in here. So if anybody in the chat is knowledgeable about reverse engineering, let us know, because I am not very knowledgeable about reverse engineering, but I would like to learn. This is what we're trying to do over here. Okay, so we got all this stuff that's being defined in this part of the code. Let's see, strings. So from here, what we need to do is oh man, this all looks very mushy. Subroutine does not. Okay, so LP text is going to be MD5 hashed. Then inside of a message box over here, they're going to print out something. Warning, subroutine does not return. Okay. We got ads running on Twitch, so we'll also run them on YouTube. And we will put on some birds. How about this bird bath right here? Oh man, that's such a cute little bird. Okay, we'll be back in about 1 minute. Enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Ah, this little guy's so cute. All right. We've break time's over. Let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. So this is the first time I've really dealt with shellcode inside of a reverse engineering challenge. So I'm actually curious as to what the workflow should be like. Let me try searching around. Maybe I can find a guide. So Ghidra, Windows, shellcode, workflow. How to use Ghidra to analyze shellcode and extract. Okay, we got an article here from a couple of years ago. So let's take a look at the article. How to use Ghidra to analyze shellcode and extract Cobalt Strike commands and control servers. Okay. So in the previous posts, we've decoded using malicious scripts and obtained Cobalt Strike shellcode. After obtaining the shellcode, we used Speakeasy emulation to determine the functionality of the shellcode. So we'll delve deeper into Cobalt Strike shellcode. Okay, so what are we doing? GradXT says void something shellcode. Okay, it's notable C coding pattern for running shellcode. So void shellcode. Let's see if we can identify that in here. I mean, I don't think I can see the pattern in here. But let's see what the article says. Okay, so before we jump in, here's a summary of the topics covered in the post. So obtaining the sample, loading into Ghidra, and manually disassembling. Defining functions to fix decompiler issues, locating function calls via API hashing, resolving hashes with Google, manual resolving hashes with the debugger, adding comments into Ghidra, locating resolved hashes using Ghidra GraphView, using GraphView to identify API hash routines, notes on identifying window structures. Okay, so it looks like they got the shellcode sample from Malware Bazaar, sure. The password is infected. Oh, okay. Wow, hello mateys, you're correct. That's awesome. Okay. All right. So we load in the thing. Load the thing into Ghidra. Okay. Disassembling the shellcode. Once the initial analysis has been completed, the primary Ghidra screen will look like something like this. There are no file headers to tell Ghidra where the code starts. Ghidra will not decompile the code by default. We can fix this by manually disassembling the code, which is as simple as selecting the first byte and pressing D or right-click and selecting disassemble. So, I mean, do we need to do that with ours? I don't think we do. So disassemble. This already looks disassembled. These are assembly instructions. Huh. So now the decompiler looks different. Okay, so this is C code. We got bytes defined here, longs defined here, undefined something else, and then we make some variable declarations. So PB variable 1 is equal to byte in RAX. So this, I think this might fit the pattern that GradXT was talking about. So we also get the pointer for PB variable 1, and it's going to be, what is the symbol here? So what is the double? Let me look that up real quick. Verify I'm human. Okay. So in C programming, what are these symbols? Bitwise shift right. Oh, okay. Bitwise shift left and bitwise shift right. So bitwise shift operation. So you're used to shift the bits of an integer left or right. Okay. So shift the bits left, filling the vacated bits with 0. So equivalent to multiplying the number by 2n, where n is the shift amount. And shift right, it's equivalent to dividing the number by 2n for positive numbers. Okay, so there's a bitwise operation that's being done on the numbers here. So BP var 1, okay, bit shift by 4. And this goes in, does this go right? This is in the right direction. So this goes right, and the other one goes left. And then it returns the UNAFF ret address. So the Hello Matey says, I think looking at the functions first would be a good idea. Okay, so we've got, I mean, this is the main function over here. I'm pretty sure this is what we're looking at for the main function. No. Do we need to disassemble this? Do we need to disassemble this as well? I don't think we do. So this is the entry point. This function over here is in here. I think we've already disassembled everything here already, so. Okay, so we got some functions. Return parameter 1 bit shifted to the left with parameter 2 and this EAX parameter 1. Okay, so this is all part of the same instruction. Could you zoom it, please? Can I? I think I can. Let me go ahead and do that. Wait. References, fall through. Where are my options? Let's see. Function, references. Wasn't there a preferences? No, I mean, I don't see the yeah, unfortunately I don't see it. But you know, Amari, let me know which part you want zoomed in. Let me know, thank you. In the entry point, the code is very suspicious. So GradXT is talking about the entry point here. So what pattern is that? I don't see that code. Where was let's see, namespaces, classes, labels. Digital Warhead, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some reverse engineering. Not something I'm super good at, but we're trying. Okay, so here's a function. I wonder, we saw something earlier. This could be this could be basically the main function right here. But maybe we should go back to the guide. So the guide was talking about. Okay, so we manually disassemble the code. Sure. Here's this assembly option. After disassembling, the primary window should look like this. On the left-hand side, it will be populated with the code, but on the right-hand side, the decompiler may still be empty. We can fix this by defining a function at the beginning of a shellcode. The decompiler view may be empty after disassembling the code. We can fix this by right-clicking on the first byte and selecting Create Function. Create Function. Well, I mean, we don't need to worry about this. GredXT says, I'm using an RZ Ghidra decompiler, so it might be different. The virtual alloc, that virtual alloc is the entry point. It's also suspicious. Memory has to be allocated to place the shellcode there. Okay, let's go over to entry point here. The virtual alloc is the entry point. It's also suspicious. Memory has to be allocated to place the shellcode there. Okay, so what else is... So once the function is defined on the first byte, the decompiler reveal will be populated with code. We got code, sure. Hello Matey says var5. var5? This over here. What does this point to? We can find references to it. So the references to it are here. Ah, okay, entry. I guess entry this instruction over here indicates the entry point for the binary, right? It's also referenced over here. Or is it an entry point for a function? I'm not exactly sure. Locating function calls. We can now go ahead and try to identify function calls. Function calls within shellcode are almost always made via API hashing. That means there will be no function names within the code, as all calls are made via a hash and a hash resolving function. So you can view the first API hashes by clicking on the first function call. Okay. Within the first function, there are two calls being made via API hashing. We can see the hash values highlighted below. So we can identify one of these functions over here and then identify the API calls. So for our example, we got this function over here, and we're looking for some addresses. So I don't see any addresses that are referenced in this code. Yeah, okay, no addresses here. Let's try another function. So are these... So if they're going to be function calls, they're going to be pointers. So we need to look for some pointers. Okay, these are pointers. So this could be... These could be some of the API function calls we're looking for over here. So two function calls made via API hashing. It doesn't look exactly like what we... Actually, it does. So return address. let me take a look at that pattern one more time. Not exactly. Let's take a look at another function. Oh. What are we doing right now? We're taking a look at we're trying to reverse engineer a Windows binary, and it's this isn't really something we've done before, so we're just kind of fumbling around in the dark. But if you want to take a look at this yourself, we're currently doing this challenge over here. So perform static analysis, figure out how the shellcode loader works. It's yeah, I guess you could call it a crack me, yeah. So Aqua, have you done a lot of reverse engineering yourself? Are you familiar with Ghidra? If you are, and if you have, let us know, because we could use someone who to help us out. Okay, so I don't think I can identify. Okay, so this looks kind of like what they're talking about in the article. This article, talking about function calls made via API hashing. So this is a pointer, and then an address. So we got the I don't see the pattern here. Just some basic IDA stuff. I'll have a look at the link. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is the last function inside the binary before the MD5 hash function. You know, could it be the MD5 hash function that has the API calls? Well, I mean, probably not. It's probably not what we're doing here. So undefined multiplied by an MD5 hash. So undefined is here. Where is it referenced? It's referenced at a couple of different places inside the binary. So here, MD5 hash, this is the function. It's, okay, over here, and then over here. So, wait, is this, but it's only called once, but it's referenced a few times. So we also have the different parts of the assembly code that we can look at. So we got the headers over here, the text, and I guess the text section is the code. The actual code itself is in the text section. We have function definitions in here. There's also our data. So our data and data, this is where we would normally put our variable names, right? Or sorry, our variable values. Hello Matey says, okay, so your first step would be to analyze the variables and what they do. Okay, so let's see. So the variables are we can probably identify those in the entry point. So the entry point is here. We also have some exports. Oh, so this is another, okay, another reference to the entry point. So the character PC, oh, sorry. Dup dap. Hello, nice to see you here. See what variables are being set up? Okay. Dupdap, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Let me give you a fun video redeem. How about a go to hack?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope you're having a great day. Let's play some Faster Than Light. I love that game. Okay, but in the meantime, let's see what variables are being set up. So character, this looks like a pointer over here. So let's see. So the pointer is PCVAR1, and PCVAR1 is defined here. Where? Let's find the references. Okay, so it's referenced twice. So PCVAR1 entry. The second part where it's referenced is here at location 3C. 3C is so construct image runtime function entry beacon address and address. Okay, so Amari says the first one you have a hash function. The same thing. So handle heap. Maybe we should try to identify some stuff that might be a little easier to, a little bit easier to parse. So this is a pointer, this is a pointer. What is an LPC string? Hold on. So LPC string. LPC string is a pointer to a constant string. A pointer to a constant string. LP means long pointer. LPC string is a pointer to a constant string. T character. LVAR, long are... These are... long. Okay, the data type used to represent integers with a larger range than long or int. It's specifically designed to handle very large integer values. Long type is guaranteed to be at least 64 bits wide, ensuring consistency across different platforms. So we got some very large numbers. So long var lvar4. lvar4, it is referenced. Where is it referenced? So the reference to it is at these two locations. Where does it say what these what the values are? So C3. Okay, okay. The other reference was where? Over here. Well, I mean, this should be initialized in the in either the headers or the R data over here. No. I think I think I'm in over my head. I think I'm in over my head. Let me open up Ghidra. You're welcome to try. You're welcome to do that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I wonder where I would go to learn more about. You know what I need to do? I need to do a course. I need to do a course on how to investigate binaries with Ghidra. I'm pretty sure they've got something like that over at TryHackMe. So TryHackMe is finished here. Okay. Because otherwise, where do you get your reverse engineering education? Okay, so if I search for something like Ghidra, static analysis, advanced static analysis. So advanced static analysis, this probably has some stuff over here, but I guess basic static analysis would be TCM has a malware analysis course. So let's see. Ghidra malware analysis course. We got some, let's see. Learn Ghidra with online courses and programs. So edx.org. I think I've heard of this before. Amari says to fun after you have the same like the screen guide. Hello Matey says you basically want to follow how the program operates. It goes A, B, C, D, etc. You find out specific portion that is adding the shell code. There's also, well, it would be nice to be able to find a free course. Learn Ghidra with online courses and programs. Sure. It would be even nicer if we could be if it was located on a platform that we're familiar with. Ken PDX says you go to a good engineering school like MIT and they do the curriculum backwards. Yeah, that sounds like a way to do the reverse engineering. Yup. Go to a good engineering school and then do the thing backwards. Yeah. That's a great dad joke, Ken PDX. Thank you. Okay, so Valley, can you find the variant to the Valley? So we do have some modules on TryHackMe. Anti-reverse engineering. Learn the techniques used by malware authors to bypass detection. Sandbox evasion. Gatekeeper. Windows reversing intro. I guess this would be another great... Actually, didn't we take a look at this earlier? I think we might have. So this one from TryHackMe. Windows reversing intro. Yeah. Let me give everybody the link. 62%, yeah. We managed to get through it a ways. So structures, loop sample, function call, and Let's see. Oh, I remember. I remember. They were using IDA. So structures DLL. Okay, but if we wanted something specifically for Ghidra, I think there are some books as well. If we look up block, please. So if we look for a PDF, Ghidra software reverse engineering for beginners. Is this? Static environment for malware analysis is a broad topic, so we cover the basics of using Ghidra. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is a book. And when was this book written? It was written back in 2020. So 2020 is not all that old as far as Ghidra is concerned, because Ghidra came out the year before. Let's see. Amari says that the symbol tree fun n, okay, function n. First one you had the same hash like the guide. PCVAR3 and PCVAR5, and the key are in the entry point. I think so. This is an excerpt from this PDF book. I guess we can't get the entire book for free, but we do have. I'm just looking at some resources that we would use to learn about reverse engineering with Ghidra in this case, because I really need to educate myself more. I feel like I'm a bit lost when I look at the interface for Ghidra most of the time. Okay, so malware analysis with Ghidra, malware reverse engineering handbook. What is, who publishes this? Ghidra has many functionalities to IDA free. Okay. Is this the whole book? So let's see. It looks like they're 55 pages. And okay. So yeah, so this is a whole book that talks about malware reverse engineering. You know what? I think I might download this, because I really need some structured education as far as reverse engineering is concerned. Okay, so let's see. But I think we might be we're probably not completing this challenge unless we get some major help for our here. So GradXT says PCVAR3 and PCVAR5 are the key here in the entry point. Okay, so PCVAR3 and PCVAR5. So this is, what is the code type? C programming. Aqua says, can I share some related resources in chat? Yeah, you can go ahead and you're probably going to need to separate out the URL, because YouTube doesn't like full links in the chat. So if you can just separate out, if you can just leave spaces instead of dots, I think that might work. So data types. So C programming, I mean, we're looking for one that's called code. Unless that's not an actual data type. And this one called handle as well. Oh, it's just an undefined byte. Okay. But yeah, we definitely want to do more education. We want to educate ourselves more on reverse engineering, because it seems to be kind of a broad topic, and it seems like Like, you need to have a pretty good, what is the word? Foundation before you can start doing it. But anyways, we do have we're going to be doing a collaboration with OreoByte in about 10 minutes or so. But let me see if we can do a little bit more research on how we can educate ourselves better on reverse engineering over here. So I guess one of the things that we can do to educate ourselves for reverse engineering is probably to locate some resources. So there's TryHackMe. We like TryHackMe. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some stuff over at somebody else talked about TCM or the TCM security. So TCM sec, and let's take a look and see if we can locate that. I already sent it. Quite useful. Being familiar with assembly. Yeah. Practical malware analysis and triage is taught by Husky Hacks and is really good. Hold on, let me look that up. So practical malware analysis and triage. So is this the course? And if this is the course, where does it list who the author is? Okay, Matt, aka Husky Hacks. Okay, so this is the course. Okay, and all right. So let's see. The course is included in our All Access membership, starting at $29.99 a month. Thank you very much for following Lyrical Yoka. Lyrical Yoka? Is that how you pronounce it? But thank you very much for following. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a War Games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so the other place that we like to go to look for courses is probably going to be hackthebox.com Academy or Hack the Box Academy. The price is hefty though. Yeah, well, $30. If you're able to do it in a month, then I guess it's not that bad. But there might be something from Hack the Box Academy as well. So I haven't signed in here in a while. Let's sign in. Oh, I need to go and look this thing up. Okay. That's a warm welcome. You can buy individual courses and when they're on sale. I bought the PMAT for $5. $5 is way more affordable, yeah. 2 times we lose challenges with Ghidra, we need to learn 2 times we lose challenges with Ghidra, we need to learn with you. Well, I wanted to take a look. And I'm not really good with reverse engineering. But I'm certainly very interested in learning. But here I'm trying to teach myself where to find the resources for learning about it. Didn't we finish last week? I could have sworn we finished the strings challenge last time, didn't we? No. We finished the strings challenge. So labs, we finished all the labs for strings. So these ones for strings, we finished all 3 of these. So this is why we moved on to the shellcode one, which I guess is just a little bit more difficult than doing these strings analysis. Okay, looking into it, apparently TCM switched their model to subscription only. Oh, so it's only subscription. You can't buy the courses outright anymore, huh? That's unfortunate. Hold on, let me mute. I have to log in to my password manager. So the reason we mute when we type in our password is because otherwise some people could listen to the sound of the keyboard strokes, and that would be unfortunate if they could find out my password that way. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking for Hack the Box Academy, right? So Hack the Box. Let's see if I can log in here. Is that the right one? It is. Okay, great. Okay. And let's see if Assembly Nightmare Reverse Engineering. Nightmare, let me see if I can look that up real quick. Nightmare Reverse Engineering. I've heard of this before. So this is a GitHub project. So this is an intro to binary hacking and reverse engineering based around CTF challenges. Because it's a lot of people's nightmare to get hit by weaponized 0 days. Okay, this looks really cool. I guess I'll share this with everybody in chat as well. Okay, so let's see over here. So the Hack the Box modules on Academy are actually very good, but I don't know. This is probably not going to be this is not. If there is one here, it's probably not going to be a free one. But let's look for it anyways. So let's see, available modules, and let's see if we can look for something. I think they have something on Ghidra. Or I could have sworn they did. Kerberos, OSINT, Metasploit Framework, brute forcing, SQL map, Windows privilege, escalation. This would be really cool. Intro to assembly language. I guess I'll heart this. This is a tier 2. But assembly language, this is something that you need to teach yourself in order to understand reverse engineering, because most of these disassemblers are going to be producing assembly language instructions. Okay, so let's see. Command injections, shielded payload. Ghidra gives you pseudocode. Yeah, it's something that looks like. Well, are you talking about the C side? I had to take a course on assembly language. I don't miss. You don't miss. Well, GredXC says the shellcode probably stores the flag at that memory location right there where it gets hashed. GredXT, are you working away? Are you working away on the challenge there? I wish you luck. So session security, deserialized attacks, enterprise networks. Okay, I think. Oh, game hacking fundamentals. This looks interesting. Unfortunately, I can't take a look at any of the materials for these Academy modules online. Or rather, I can't stream this because, well, Hack the Box is a little bit strict about this stuff. But let's see if they actually have a course. Let's see. Game reversing. Malware analysis. Okay, here we go. So this is something we might be looking at. Aqua says, I really love how you learn learn alongside us. It feels so real. Yeah, well, learn alongside you guys means I don't know about this stuff, but it's important to have a community, people who are willing to help out. I don't know it all. I don't know. Well, I proved over here that I actually don't know very much. So that's sometimes it is what it is. But we do like to feel like we know at least something. But in this case, it was a bit too much for us. Okay, introduction and TLM. ADCS. I don't even know what this is. Huh. Digital forensics. C2 introduction to C2 operations with Sliver. So if you are really hardcore about doing your red team stuff, then this is probably something you want to look at. I haven't done very much with C2 what are they called? C2 tools, because that's usually something that it's usually not something you would do when you're doing regular old like CTF box challenges, but it is something you do in like the real world when you're doing hacking against like very large networks. Okay, so white box. We're getting pretty close to the end. Binary fuzzing. Binary fuzzing, lateral movement. Malicious malicious document. API. Fundamentals of AI. I think network foundations. This would be a great course for anybody who's just trying to get into cybersecurity. Let's go ahead and get this. Let's take a look at this. So a lot of people say, you know, how do I learn about computer networking? And having courses like this is really cool. The Hack the Box Academy student deal is worth it, making use of that student email. Yeah, I really wish I had this stuff back when I was a student. But back when I was a student, there was no Hack the Box. It didn't exist. Okay, I think there were only a few more. There are only a few more modules to like take a look at. Introduction to information security, pen test in a nutshell. Introduction to pen testing. AI red teaming. Eventually, there's going to be a lot more AI tools involved in pen testing, but as it is right now, it's not super reliable to. AI is still good as an assistant for pen testing activities, but it's definitely not as useful as it could be in the next few years. They're going to be doing a lot more development for it. Okay, so I wonder if OreoBite is here. OreoBite, if you're here in chat, let us know. I can actually look up who's in the chat. Hold on. Users in chat, I don't see OreoBite here, but we're supposed to be doing a collaboration with OreoBite in a little bit. I wish I did Hack the Box when I was a kid and it was free. Wait, Diz, hello. When you were a kid, was there Hack the Box? Was there Hack the Box when you were a kid? Let us know. Thank you. But what are we going to be doing with OreoBite? We're going to be doing some more echoCTF labs. So echoCTF Red, this is a free service that you can do, that you can use to do hacking. Black says, Hack the Box seems better than Try Hack Me when it comes to content. What do you think? I think Hack the Box it's a bit more expensive. And I think for people who already know what they're doing, you can do a lot more. You can get a lot more out of your subscription with Hack the Box. But as far as people who are pretty new to doing hacking and cybersecurity, then you're probably better off using TryHackMe, because there's a lot. The only problem with TryHackMe is that it's not very intuitive to look for different topics to learn. You need to go to learn, and then you need to go to search, and then you need to search for your topic. It's not super easy to search for stuff. Diz says, I was around 16, 17 when I discovered it. I am 26 now. Hack the Box has not been around for 10 years. I'm almost certain it hasn't been around for 10 years. But you know what? I can do a little bit of research. Hack the Box website history. Hack the Box was founded in 2017. So 2017 was, well, let's see. OreoBite says, "Be right back. Give me a few minutes." Okay, so we'll be here. We're waiting for OreoBite to get ready, and then we'll be doing some team hacking stuff. So me and OreoBite are going to be hacking against some systems over at echoCTF. And if you want to join us, then you can go ahead and do that. We're going to be doing the challenges on this network over here. If you haven't used echoCTF before, you can sign up for free, and but you do need to know how to connect to the service using OpenVPN, because there's no other way to really use it. We're going to be doing this network over here, and we're just going to select some machines to do hacking against. Diz says my memory might be real bad. No worries, no worries. It you know, when we start thinking about the COVID time, and yeah, the memory, everybody's memory gets really hazy. So sometimes I think that something happened 10 years ago, when it actually only happened like 5 years ago. But yeah. So there's a bunch of targets over here. Whoops. There's a bunch of targets over here. And I think we might start with this first one over here called Butler. It's the easy challenge. And after that, we might work our way down the list and start doing some challenges, some other challenges over here. And okay, so unfortunately, we weren't able to finish this challenge. We'll save it out. Maybe we might come back to it later once we've leveled up our Ghidra skills. And then we can come back to it and beat it up, as opposed to it beating us up, which is what it did today. Okay, so while we're waiting, I'm going to set up my environment. So every time I do my hacking, my CTF hacking exercises, I like to set up a bunch of tabs where I can organize everything. So let's see, this will be my Nmap scans, and then another tab I'll have my web app enumeration, and another tab will have our research. Maybe we'll do brute forcing and another one. So Hello Matey says, you don't like tmux? So the reason why I do like full terminals like this is because I like to show everybody what's going on. COVID time is the real Mandela effect. Yeah, time was really weird back in 2020. It really was. So yeah, the reason why I don't use tmux is because I like to show everybody like the full terminal, and so that they can better understand what's going on in the terminal. It's just something I've gotten used to. Let's see. You've got HackGPT now. HackGPT. The whole 2020s are, well, we're still in the 2020s, so I'm gonna cross my fingers and hope that nothing else that's super weird happens. Okay, so the research tab, we've also got the, what are we gonna call this? Shell access. Okay, so OreoBite wants to collaborate, so we're just gonna add OreoBite here, and yeah, what's up? So I'm gonna add you to I'm gonna add you to my sources on my stream because people can't hear you right now. Okay, so we'll just add, let's see. So if you could talk for us a little bit, let's see if your audio comes through. Don't think... Okay. Okay, you should be coming through now. So if you can hear Oreo Bite on my stream, let us know.
Hello.
Hey, Digital Warhead says watching Oreo Bite move around in Tmux is always impressive to watch. That's something you got me beat on. I don't really use Tmux. Anyways, okay, so
Yes, I like my
what were you looking at over at echoCTF the last time you were streaming?
I did the first 2 machines, and I streamed the forensics challenge with the Linux dump, and wasn't entirely sure the proper way that I was going to tackle recovering the files.
Okay, just a second. I need to adjust your volume a little bit in the call.
And let's see.
Okay. All right. So I also need to. The great thing about using separate tabs over here is I get to color code everything, and that's one of my favorite things to do in the world.
Okay.
So yeah, do you want to do the starter challenge over at this network over here, the BR-CTF machines network? It's
sure.
Yeah, let me
I have not touched that one. It seems like you can launch all the machines at the same time. But can you...
Well, I mean, can
Are they
you launch?
associated with each other? I have no idea.
They don't communicate with each other, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that these are all... I mean, they're not really networked together. They're on the same network, but they're not really communicating with each other. But yeah, let me start up my OpenVPN connection for the network. Okay, so it's going to be in... Yeah, there it is.
Have you done any of these machines before?
No, I haven't done any of the machines in this network before. But I was thinking maybe we could do like the EasyBox Butler just as a warm up, so that we don't feel bad about getting rabbit holed like immediately on some other box.
It looks like it's just layered by difficulty, not by order of the order you're supposed to go on. It seems like.
Well, let's do the Butler box. You started it up, right?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to spawn.
Okay. All right. So let's do some tag team hacking over here. Okay, so we're just going to do a nmap scan first, so we can identify all the open ports and stuff. It's only port 80. It's only port 80. Okay, there's one port open, so it's probably... I mean, it's called Butler. It's probably Jeeves. No, it's probably Jenkins or something, right? Web pen test time.
My network stuff.
So I'm guessing it's Jenkins because it's called Butler, and, you know, Butler, Jenkins, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I guess what we could do is we could also do some web enumeration on it real quick. So I like to do this in layers. So we'll do derb, and then we'll do nicto. But I don't know. What do you usually do when you scan like a web server first? Do you jump straight to like the GoBuster, FerrixBuster stuff?
The basic things I do is scan all the ports, but for some apparent reason, echoCTF is very...
The connection's pretty... It's not too great.
Luckily, they tell you what service is running once you find the service, and then you look at your mmap scan and like see that it hasn't been reported yet.
Mm-hmm.
You look at it with like a very confused look. But so carefully click around. At least it tells you once you've scanned or found something.
Mm-hmm.
Because it says it's only one service, which I think is kind of nice. You're not
You're not spinning your wheels trying to locate this stuff. So I guess that would really help if there's some obscure UDP service. Aqua says going to be working on my end too. Awesome, yeah. I mean, this is what I want. This is what I want to see. I want to see people working on the same machines that we're working on. Although I do understand that it's a lot easier to just have people hacking on in the background, and but it is more fun if you're working on the same box as the live streamer. Diz says, is it illegal to scan a website that you aren't told to test? Yeah, that's illegal. Don't scan websites or networks that you're not explicitly allowed to. But in like oh, there's robots.txt on this website. Okay. There's an admin endpoint. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at the website itself. So we're just going to navigate to the website. Just asking for a friend. No worries. Web Butler. Okay, so the website is called Web Butler. It looks like some sort of... I don't know what this is. It looks like a blog. Oh, you know what? It looks like local file inclusion. Are you looking... Have you taken a look at the website yet, Oreo?
I was scanning it to see if CMSC could detect it as something.
So there's definitely... The web pages are being loaded in by a URL parameter. But I used my usual local file inclusion payload. It didn't work. So there was also the robots.txt.
I mean, there's an admin page.
Okay, so it just points you at, oh, there's a docs directory. That might be interesting. There's also an admin endpoint and a settings endpoint. GradXT says, everybody thinks LFI until they realize RFI is a thing. I mean, we could test for RFI as well, of course.
I mean, if the box is old enough, we could just do PHP filter chain and call it a day. I did it on one of the machines that was like Alpha Olve.
Oh yeah?
Like, this would be so much easier if I had a shell.
So there's some interesting stuff in the docs directory. So that's docs with 2 underscores on the beginning and the end.
We are Butler. Well, here's our version.
So we've got German language and English language. And there's a php.ini file. I wonder if we can download that. Let me try that. Okay, where are we? Research. Let's download that thing.
Remote code execution. Cross-site forgery. Search exploit.
Did you find some sort of framework already?
Examine. So if you look at the .htm files, there's a version.
Sorry, what endpoint is that?
Post request. This one.
Oh, en start. En start. Okay. So start it. Oh, okay. We Butler version 3.2. So we Butler. Okay. Well, I mean, we can. Yeah. Did you find a hack?
Supposedly, there is. Login as admin. We need credentials. So, what are default credentials for the site?
Well, there's probably some sort of default credentials working on here.
It just tells you to take advantage of admin.
Let's see. So we got
RCE.
RCE. Yeah, let me take a look at this document myself. Man, the Faster Than Light soundtrack goes so hard. Okay, so let's take a look at this thing. PHP, what is this? Okay, so log into account as admin, visit the media endpoint, upload a FAR file.
Oh boy! Man, I'm so glad just admin, wow.
Is it admin? Okay, sure.
Oh,
Listen, we're here to get an easy win and to feel good about ourselves, alright? Bit, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome, let's give you a fun video redeem.
okay, great. We just follow these instructions.
Hide the planet! Hide
No
the
Peter
planet!
replied.
Welcome, Bit, thank you. Hello, mateys says super secure, of course. Super secure. Well, I mean, it's nice to get these easy wins. It makes us feel good. Okay, so there was the what was it? Which endpoint is it? It's the admin endpoint where we can log in. It's admin.
Yeah, just admin.
Okay, sure.
Hacker system. Upload FAR file.
Upload the malicious FAR file.
Browse. Upload.
Okay. Wow. This. I hate the interface for this application. It's horrible. It looks like it was. This looks like from the 90s. This really looks like it's from the 90s or something, early 2000s. But anyways, let's write our malicious file. So I don't know. Maybe I already have like.
Hey, I have a tool for this.
You have a tool for this?
Yeah.
You didn't even have to create a little password list and do cluster bomb with Burp Suite. Common defaults. No, not in this case. Not in this case. Let me just grab my web shell. So let's see. Let's get a web shell from.
I added web payloads to my tool.
Yeah. Oh,
but
you talking about the tool that you're writing right now?
Not the tool I was writing, but the tool I cut down.
Okay, so here we go. Here's a web shell. We were using this earlier in the stream. Okay, so webshell.php. Oh, we're gonna need to call this webshell.phar. Okay, and then upload the darn thing.
Let's do that over here.
I hate this. Okay, so let's see. Select.
What do you not like?
No, I just hate using the application. The interface looks really ugly.
Oh.
Aqua already got the shell. Congratulations, Aqua. Okay, let's go ahead and upload that media. Sure. Oh, you know what? We're all sharing the same machine.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
You know,
Oh, I already see your proof of concept.phar file in there. Or maybe
That's
it's
not
not
me.
yours. That's not yours. It's Aqua's. Okay.
I'm test.par.
Yours is called test. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
did it?
So, is it done?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm still. I mean, the web app tells me that it's still transferring. But Aqua might. Well, I mean, the thing is that any one of us could mess up the application for everybody else. Servers are struggling. Our worst enemy is shared environments. They sure are. But that's okay. That's okay. We're all here to have fun.
Yeah, just kind of spinning.
Yeah. Okay. But in the meantime, what can we do? Wait. You know what? Maybe we can piggyback. Oh, okay. Aqua says that the app is broken. Well, maybe if the app is broken, maybe we can reset it. Okay, let me see if I can ping the thing. Shared environments, huh? Well, I mean,
I did a thing, huh?
what did you do?
I tried to upload a file.
Okay, so I can ping out, but can I make contact with the web server? Okay, it looks like the web server fell over. Can you contact the web server? Yeah, okay. Let's
I can contact it.
You can contact it, okay. I can't contact it.
Okay, well the socket's open, but does it respond? No.
Okay, let's reset the box. Let's reset the box. Okay, so let's go ahead and revert. No.
Should we just do a web shell instead?
I think you should do a web shell. Okay, so I just sent in the request to restart the box. So Aqua, you used a reverse shell, right?
I don't remember if this forks. I think this one forks properly, but I don't remember.
I don't know. Okay, let's do a web shell instead.
Fork.
Okay, so
this should technically fork. I guess we'll find out.
Let's try logging in again. PHP one-liner, yep. Okay, admin.
Oh. File's been transferred.
So I'm gonna upload a web shell. If you all want to use the web shell that I'm uploading, that's okay by me. So where's the somebody else has a tool. Where is the endpoint for this? So does this go to the uploads directory? What's the end load? Aqua, could you don't need to answer, but if you know what the what the directory is where the stuff is being uploaded to.
Oh, we need our session cookie. Well, I'll just do this in visit
Okay.
request. Does this have to be a post request?
Is it admin browser? Rename.
Admin browser upload equals file.
Magnifying. Okay, so preview is in here. Ah, okay, it's in content media file. Okay, so I guess we can just.
Tool. Let me just tool.
CMD equals who am I? Okay, we're www.data. Great.
Oh.
Awesome. Okay, so
I guess it's easier to do it manually, huh?
what do we want to do from here? Well, there are a couple of flags, right? So there are two flags. There's a user flag and a root flag. So we could probably try to get.
We got no shell.
We could probably try to get access by creating a file that, or just creating like an ELF binary with the forbidden platform, Venom, the Venom platform.
Why did that not work?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this will work. I've done a lot of stuff like this. So we got our reverse shell binary over here, shell.elf, and we'll just upload it by starting up our HTTP server. Which tab are we using? Yeah, okay. Okay, so what is our IP address? This one.
I don't know what you're doing, but I really want to try to get this to work.
What are you trying to get working?
Oh, there we go. You said hit the hour block. Okay.
Okay, so this is the command we're going to do.
That works great. I didn't have to do the other one.
And
is this still operational?
Don't knock over the web server, everybody.
Toast. Upload.
Okay, so we gave that command.
So the PHP shell I use forked. So I'm not hanging the web server. Okay, cool, great. Good.
Is there a hotkey for copy paste in Linux? So the hotkey for copy paste in Linux is Control-Shift-C and Control-Shift-V.
Export term equals x term. Okay, that.
Okay, so shell.elf is here. We need to what? Do you remember the URL encoding for the plus symbol? It's percent something
percent
something.
20.
Percent, is it percent 20?
For the space?
Well, that's a space, but I want to like the literal plus symbol for the, like addition or whatever. URL encoder. So URL encode for plus is.
It's %2b.
%2b? Yeah, %2b.
You can use the URL encode command if you haven't installed.
I do not.
That's basically all you run. But
%2b?
yeah, %2b.
Yeah. Okay. So %2b, and it's shell.elf. That makes it executable. Okay, it's executable, so we can just run the thing. I need to set up my reverse shell handler. Or my reverse shell thing. RL wrap, yeah, okay. And then It feels like a it feels like we're racing each other, but we're not actually racing each other, right? Meow.php. It's okay.
Or CyberChef, or One Stop Shop.
Okay, I'm connected. We're www data. Yay! Okay. Which Python? Which Python 3? There's Python 3. Okay, so Python 3 command. Okay.
It is running Debian.
Meow is mine. Okay, no problem, no problem. Bin bash. We got 3 hackers working on the same box here. Okay, so sudo L for the quick win. Yup. Okay. Anyways, I gotta. You want to listen to Scary Hacker Voice Man, Oreo Bite, or are you okay? Because
I don't mind.
Okay,
I actually enjoy Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Oh, you enjoy Scary Hacker Voice Man. Too bad that person can't be here all the time. So
it's a little bit of fun.
Just a little fun. Just a little bit of hijinks.
I'm trying to take notes, and you're like, "Oh, sit it out, shall we're done."
All right, let's do Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Butler Administrator, it seems like you're using really old CMS applications. That was a big mistake. We looked up a hack for your ancient CMS application, and then we uploaded a web shell, which we used to download a reverse shell, and now... now we're in.
Okay, so we just need to run the backup.py. GradXT says you have a career in voice acting. I considered doing a career in voice acting many years ago, but I don't know. It seemed like there were not very many people in the industry back then. It was just being ruled by like a dozen or so people who all got the same roles.
Oh.
Okay, so backup.py. Does this have
Why did
like
my shell just die? Uh-oh. Well, that's awkward.
I think my shell just died too. Also, we're in, yeah. Diz says, would you recommend for a good free Python course? Yeah, let me grab the good free Python course that I always talk about. So Python, it's called Python Essentials, and you can find it over here. Let me grab you the link.
All right. If there's a module for this, we are going to enable fork as true, so we don't have to.
Did the web server fall over again?
Did it have a mental breakdown?
Could not connect to server. That's not. Hold on. I gotta make sure that the it's the correct IP address.
Let's see.
Three walkers walk into a bar. Error stopped execution. Yeah.
There was no module.
Okay. The server fell over again. Okay, so if the server fell over again, we have to restart it. So I'll restart. I'll restart the machine. Where are we? Here. Okay. I can't restart the machine.
What do you mean? Can't restart the machine? Let me try.
Yeah, why don't you try? I think I've run out of reset. Dead man's flag.
Okay. How many tokens do you get per day?
I think you get 3. You get 3 restarts per day.
Oh no.
How many have? Are you out of restarts?
No, I'm just saying I didn't consider that. when the box kept.
Is there a fourth hacker? I restarted it for you. Spawn a private instance was an option the whole time. How much does that cost? So you need to get a membership for the echoCTF site. So spawn a private instance. Yeah, you need to
Subscribe.
You need to subscribe. Okay, so it's back up. It's back up.
I just lost. Okay. Well, good news is my
The good news?
my payload forked properly. The bad news is the server still went down.
Did you take down the server?
I uploaded a payload that forked into another process, so I was still able to upload another file.
Oh, okay.
So that should have not taken it down.
Well, this is something that this is some stuff that we're learning about today. How to share an environment as a team of hackers.
See, sharing is caring, or something like that.
Sharing is caring is the moral of the story, of course. Okay, I'm gonna upload my web shell again, and then I will use my web shell to upload my reverse shell binary. Stop overloading that poor web server. Yeah, it seems like we're really abusing the darn thing, right? Okay, so let's see. Okay. So I've still got my HTTP server running over here, so we can use the web shell to upload that thing. So the command is wget something something. And then the command is chmod. And then the command is run the darn executable. Okay, so I'm back in. Or I should be back in. Okay, we're back in. GradXT says, the two brain cells in the server rubbing together started a fire. You know, sometimes it feels like that. Import. We didn't start the fire? Yeah, okay.
Is it copyright?
No.
Can we write? Okay, this file doesn't exist. Can we just write to it and just run a command? And it's not working.
Did you... Who crashed the server this time?
Okay, should we just do a web shell with, like, adding the ampersand on the end? Not the ampersand. The ands... Yeah, the ampersand. Is that,
What did you do before the server crashed?
I got a shell, stabilize my shell, and before I can read the file that doesn't exist, it stopped working.
I mean... Aqua says it wasn't Aqua. Okay. Well, I'm out of I'm out of restarts. So somebody else is going to have to restart the server.
Uh-oh.
I mean, if we can't restart the server, then we can move on to another machine. Oh, I can restart the target now. Okay. Is the target restarted right now? If it restarted already, then I don't need to... Yeah, okay, it's still down. Let me restart the target. So I will restart the target.
Advanced. Okay, so if you're using this tool of choice, which is not allowed to say...
Oh,
but,
the forbidden tool, yeah.
And you have a Linux target. Usually, if you're using a Windows target, you would do, like, migrate. But that module doesn't work with Linux.
Okay,
so,
okay.
You could, there is try to fork option in advance for Linux. You can set this to yes. And if it works, it'll fork as a way to fork on Linux.
You know
Another
what? Let me ask Aqua a question. So Aqua, how did you get your shell? Did you create a an ELF binary that you uploaded? Did you just do like a PHP reverse shell? How did you get your shell? Just wondering what the safe way to get the shell in this target is. So OreoBite, do you think your shell access destabilized the web server, or do you think it was something else?
I don't know, but we're using something else because that's
Okay.
not working.
So Aqua says that they use the Weavly web shell. I haven't used Weavly before. Have you?
It sounds familiar, but I don't remember.
Wait, isn't it? Okay, let me look it up. So Weavly.
We're going to just do.
Oh no. Okay. So they used a. It's a web shell.
Oh,
right?
Weavly, the command.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it's a command you do. It's supposed to be really good. It was one of those things I learned about and then proceeded to forget about by accident.
So Dizzy in YouTube chat asks, by shell do you mean Linux shell? Right now I'm a noob. So well, when we say shell, we could be referring to a couple of different things. So a web shell is basically shell access from a web application. But normally when we say shell, we mean like getting shell access to the server. In this case, yeah, it would be like a Linux shell. Do you think Weavly broke the machine? Well, I mean, it's hard to say which one of the commands broke the machine. But what's the what are the contents of the Weavly web shell? So I mean,
I don't remember because I haven't used it in so long.
So my web shell just looks like.
Watch it be me that broke it.
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna try Peter.
Peter? Do you think Peter is gonna work?
Because we'll set fork to true and I'll fork. But first, we're gonna do just a web shell first.
Okay, so what happened before? So I'm pretty sure you broke the machine one time, OreoBite. And what did you do at first to knock over the web server?
I tried to use a payload that self-forked, so it didn't
okay.
hang the thing. Thinking it would be the correct answer, and that was not.
Well, I'm not sure. It could be. I mean, I'm pretty sure my web shell didn't knock over the server, but it could be that the binary that I uploaded that could have been it. I'm not sure. So I'll try my method of uploading the binary that gives me a reverse shell, and if the web server knocks over again, then we'll know that it's that. Okay, so let's go back in. I need to set up my netcat listener again.
Oh, I don't need to do this.
But let's see.
This command.
let us know when the web server breaks. Okay, let's go back in. Where is it? Here? Here. Okay. Let's go back to the admin endpoint. And let's admin. So I should see you. Okay, we got their FAR files and our PHP files. Great. Okay, I'll upload my webshell.far. Okay, so I see some weird looking files in here now. That's okay. Alright, so I'm at my web shell. I need to
Okay. So let's retest the shell.
upload the file, then make the file executable, and then I need to execute.
Okay, I have access, and the web shell is not hung or stuck.
Okay, well, I mean, we're really closing in on the fact that it could be my elf binary that that knocks over the web server. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, man, I'll be so disappointed if it's actually my thing.
If you're running it, put like an ampersand on the end.
Oh, okay.
To
Sure.
hopefully run as a job.
Run it as a job? Okay.
Pretty please.
Okay, I've got access again. So Python something something bin bash blah blah blah. there's so many files in here already. Anyways, Baki Genji says hello. Hello, Baki Genji. Nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. And you know, let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's grab a couple of these flags first. So there's one in the etc password file. Oh, there's no flag in the etc password file. Where do you think the flag is then?
It looks like the flags. It says the way flags is user root. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Actually, the flag might be.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Thank you very much for following the Diz King on Twitch. Thank you. Let's give you a fun redeem as well. Oh, what have I not used in a while? How about the?
What a hard machine. Oh, it's still stable. I guess there's no file here, but
Okay,
I
so
kind of just made one.
So the sudo file doesn't exist, right?
The file.
The backup.py.
Okay, we're done.
cd opt backup.
Okay, well, that was... the file name is the flag. Interesting.
Flag is in home etsctf. Oh, okay. So let's enter that. So etsctf. Okay, there's the flag. Let me go ahead and copy that and submit it. Get that off the screen so that people don't get mad. Submit a flag. So, what did you put inside that backup.py file?
Just bin bash -i.
Bin bash -i? Okay. So I should.
I think you can still see what I put, right?
Yeah, I should be able to read it. I mean, we're both the same user, right? Backup.py.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So we're just doing sudo, right? Sudo.
Yeah, but the directory's writable. That's what I just used.
Right.
All right, X machine, go. I lost my... Oh.
I got kicked out. Did we get kicked out because somebody submitted the?
Oh, is that the problem? We submit all the flags and the machine dies.
The machine dies. I think. The Diz King says, "Thought I had a Prime sub. I got you next week, though. Thank you very much, the Diz King. Thank you. We're just doing some team hacking, apparently.
I think we should agree that we finish the machine before we submit the flags.
Oh, okay. Wait, you submitted yours first, right, Oreo? Is that it?
I submitted them both, and I kick you out.
Ah, okay. Let's. Well, I mean.
Well, I think that answers the problem of what happened. I keep forgetting.
Oreo, give me your flag, jeez. Then we can move on.
Okay, whereas
Give me your flag, then me and Aqua can submit the flag, and we can move on with our lives.
here you go. I'm just gonna put it here on Discord.
Okay.
And then, because I didn't, yeah.
Okay, Aqua. You know what? I'll let me put it in a paste bin, and then I'll share the link.
Okay, well, sorry, I didn't really think about
No worries, no worries. So okay,
the machine dying because we submit the flags. Oops. Alright, next machine. Apache.
All right, so everybody, don't access the flag if you're not interested in echoCTF. There's the flag, though.
Don't submit all the flags if somebody else is working on the same machine.
Yeah. This is
Or
a lesson. This is a lesson that we learned. Anyways, let me submit the flag.
Okay, Apache.
Huh? It says that the flag doesn't exist.
Oh, is it randomly generated?
It might be. What is echoCTF? So the Haltsville company asked, "What is echoCTF?" So echoCTF is this site over here. It's a site that's kind of similar to Hack the Box and Try Hack Me. Okay, so I'm just gonna.
Well, I guess that makes me feel a little bit better that the flags are randomly generated.
Oh, okay.
I guess.
All right.
We
Well,
we need today.
that's fine. Let's go ahead and get back in and then do the whole thing.
Wait patiently.
So Aqua, if you could if you could not submit the flag that you get before I do, that would be great. I just need to work my way back onto the system. Okay, so Web Butler, ugly looking app. Yeah, dynamically created flags. At least it doesn't accuse us of cheating for trying to submit somebody else's flag. Although I guess it is cheating. Huh. So you uploaded a PDF file, Aqua. That's very interesting. Can you hide a PHP payload inside the PDF file? Is that it? Okay, upload that thing, sure.
I'm surprised at PHP because that is there by default.
Oh, is that there by default? Let's see. I'm not sure. Diz says, "Hey, have you considered making knockoff leapfrogs with you teaching kids web vulnerabilities in untapped market, if you ask me?" Oh, the PDF was already on the machine. I thought for some reason that you had uploaded it. But, yeah, so we just uploaded the thing. Let's download the ELF file, then chmote it. So, OreoBite, if you could wait a little bit, I'm probably gonna be finished in about 5 minutes or so.
You done for the day?
No, I'm not done for the day. You're talking to me, right?
I am going to get a quick snack.
Yeah. In a few minutes, we'll be ready to do the next machine.
Yeah, I'll just grab something to drink and something to snack on real quick. Why? Wait.
GX000, he was just getting started. Hey, GX000, did you want to get in on this hot team hacker action? Yeah, exactly what I just said, GX000. Oh, I got kicked out. Why did I get kicked out? Did this web server fall over again? No, it didn't. It didn't fall over. I wonder why my shell. Yeah, okay. Let's go back in. That's weird. Yeah, Diz, no worries, no worries. I'm all about helping people out, and if I could help you, no access. And if I could help you get started with your hacking journey, I'm happy to do so. I think the web server did fall over. Yeah, it did fall over. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart. Aqua, are you still working on the box? Okay, I'm restarting the box now. So which level? So we're doing this box right now. Okay, let's go ahead and man, I feel like I should be an expert at setting up this environment here because I've had to do it so many times. Oh, is the IP address different? Don't think it should be. Okay. Okay. Admin. And then upload the darn web shell. Or sorry, upload the web shell. And then access the web shell. XD says scripts out, solve to race to the flag before it dies. Yeah, well, I mean, this could be something that we could try. Okay, so what's my IP address? That's it. Okay. There we go. Okay, and then chmod. Oh man. Did the web server fall over again? Okay. I upload the web shell. Don't know what's going wrong.
It's not working.
There's just something weird happened. Okay, then chmod that thing, and then run the thing. Shell.elf ampersand. Okay. So I should have shell access. I do. Okay, great. So all I need to do is move into the opt backup directory and then create that file, right? Backup.py. So what was so what did you put into that backup.py file? It was just bin bash or import OS, right? Something. Import.
I mean, you can put it on a single line if you feel like it.
This says, so the command is URL encoded at some chmod? Yeah, okay. So you can import OS command, os.system, bin bash -i.
Because it's sudo-l, it might complain about not being a proper TTY, but I guess we'll find out.
So backup.py, okay. Oh. My shell just died. Okay, time to check if the server fell over. It fell over again. What do you think?
I did not push it over.
It wasn't you this time. Aqua. Is it Aqua, are you there? What were you, I mean, did you did you do something, or was it me? Okay, you know what? I think we're okay. I think what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna move on to the next machine. I know the solve method for this machine, so I'll come back to it later. But let's. So Oreo Bite. Let's move on to the next machine, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go over to the network and we'll figure out which machine we want to tackle next.
I'm just doing them in order.
Yeah, you want to do them in order? Okay, so that means the Apache machine is next, right?
Unless there's a different machine you want to check out.
Yeah. We can both solve it later. We should probably make better use of our time. So the Apache machine is next. Okay, cool. Let's start that thing up. It looks
Sorry
like
to enter attempt prematurely by submitting the flag. Giddily.
No worries. If Apache had legs, it would definitely walk. Sure. Wait, what does that mean? I don't need a huge pit bull to tell me I'm tough. I don't know what that means. Okay, let's go ahead and do our scans. So we're gonna run nmap on the new server. Aqua, no worries, Aqua. We're all here to learn. We're having a fun time, even if we're getting in our way sometimes. Strong Shiv 8 says, I want to start the stream for the machine solving to resolve my stage fear or the presentation fear. Should I go for it? Give me some advice for what are the difficulties I should be ready that I can take care of. I'm not too sure. Oh, you're saying that you want to start a stream? You want to start a stream where you solve machines? I mean, just do it. just do it. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? You look dumb. It's okay. It's okay if you look dumb.
I look
dumb all the time.
Yesterday.
Become a VTuber. Yeah. Just do what I do and have like don't show yourself on camera. Have a VTuber model. I've got a PNG tuber over here. I'm the frog. Well, actually, I'm the hat. I'm the hat that's on top of the frog. That'll help you get over your anxiety, hopefully. Okay, so there's port 80. Let's go ahead and scan against port 80. So let's see. We'll run derb, and we'll run Nikto. Did the I was just about to say, did the server get knocked over already? You could be the rat under the hat. Yeah, maybe.
I don't think so. I'm still getting responses.
Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Except it very clearly.
I think
Xerox busted 3 threads.
I think
3. Column 3.
3.
It still gave me 16 errors.
I think we might be hitting it with too much traffic all at once. But yeah, Aqua, if you want to do this machine as well, that's that's fine. Well, hopefully we won't destroy the machine by scanning all at once. Hopefully, but who knows? Who knows what might happen here? Okay, so I think there's only 2 ports open. Okay, so 1 service. So that's probably, yeah. We've probably found all the services. Oh my gosh, the music is so intense. Let me switch to some other music instead. This is a little more chill. Okay, so yeah, the scanning, I mean the directory busting is going pretty slow. That's fine. Let's go ahead and investigate this manually. Whoops. Let's see. Aqua says, "Frog and Oreo, it was nice playing with you too. Let's play some other time." Aqua, do you need to go offline? Okay, so it looks like we've got. Have you checked out the webpage manually yet? There's an about page, there's a contact page, there's a shop page. So this is an actual multi-page. Got work today. Okay, let me grab your Discord over here. I'll add you on Discord a little later, okay, Aqua? Okay. Let's yeah, no worries. We want everybody to feel welcome here, and if we can all help each other learn about hacking, that's a great thing. Oh, that's a period in your username. I was wondering about that. But you know what? You gotta work. That's great. Let me see you out with Hack the Planet, and we'll see you next time.
I have my snack.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
And I missed somebody leaving again.
The radio man is bleeding. Hey all, heck the planets. Heck the planets. Yeah, that's what we do. Alright, so there's a contact page. There is a shop page. There's an about page. GradXT says, when Discord changed their username system and the only way to get the same name you had before was with an underscore or dot, kind of annoying. The level is medium. Yeah, this is an intermediate level box on, I think, yeah, this should be a medium level box, because there's only one easy level box on this network. Okay, so the name of the machine is Apache, so there's got to be some sort of weird Apache vulnerability happening here, right?
Well, we can't do JavaScript. The only input field is just the email.
Uh-huh.
That's about it so far.
Well, is there anything funny in the source code?
Haven't looked yet.
Server header? Maybe. Let's try...
Oh, not again. Funny server header.
I don't know. That was just a suggestion. Okay, so what's the server header over here?
Doesn't seem like it.
I should have run head on this. Okay, so what did we get back? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a weird server header. I think this might be a Unix, like a literal Unix system. Apparently, well, I mean, if we're supposed to believe the response headers. So this, well, I mean, we also have a specific version of Apache server.
Except for the fact that the SSH is reporting Debian.
Yeah? Okay.
Unless they change the name. Kind of like how you can set the time to live to look like Windows if you're really trolling people.
Oh, yeah? Diz says, I just googled Apache vuln path equivalence is when two addresses end at the same IP. I've never heard of that. Wait, we have a vulnerability for this version of Apache. There's an RCE. Here, I'll share the I'll share the thing in the shared chat. Where is the shared chat again? Here it is. Okay. So let's check it out. So it looks like a bash script.
Oh, supposedly it's path traversal.
503.
Oh, it's this thing. Is that directory available? Can't be this easy, right?
Well, I mean, it might get more difficult after we get in.
Even though that directory isn't found.
Okay, Diz asks, Hack with K, hello, nice to see you here. And Diz asks, what is patch? Is it patch equivalence or path equivalence? Path equivalence. I mean, I've never heard of path equivalence. Not to say that that it doesn't exist. I'm just saying that I don't know what it is. Okay, so let's read the script and see what it does. So this looks like it's a bash script. Path traversal and remote code execution on HTTP server 2.4.49. So, I mean, we've got a script. So, let's see, run the script on targets.txt. Targets.txt. So do we need to create a list with the...
I'm just modifying the script.
Okay.
So we could just apply the IP address and call it a day.
Hold on.
If this works, I'm gonna be surprised because it seems like the web resource of CGI bit doesn't exist.
No. It doesn't work.
And okay, fine, we'll add it as target.txt.
Okay, so echo out this thing to targets.txt. And then run the script. What is this called again?
And it works. Okay, that makes literally no sense. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well. Huh?
Why does it work? Who knows?
Why does it work?
Targets.txt and then... Yup, it works. It works. Funny how software hacks work, huh? Alright, so we can... I mean, this is just reading, right?
Supposedly you can run commands too.
Oh, we can run commands too.
Sudo tcp dump.
Okay.
Uh,
Man. Hacking sure is wacky, huh? Bin sh who am I? Bin sh who am I? Okay, so we can run.
user bin ping fc4.
Okay, so I mean,
actually, let's not do that. Let's do this.
I mean, the file read works, but I can't get the commands to work. Are they working for you?
Do you think it's just read SSH key log in because SSH is open?
No, I mean maybe.
Let's see.
I mean,
the user. The user is the CTF user.
ETS CTF.
So they're just home. ID RSA. Oh look, it's a private key. Wow, I was right.
Wait, what's the name of the user?
Wow, you get it from Etsy passwd.
Oh yeah, right. Etsy password.
Okay.
Silly. ETS CTF, right? Okay. And I wonder if it is...
And we have two
.sh ID RSA. There we go. There's the SSH private key. Alright. Guess we'll make one of our own. So nano ID RSA. Paste in that thing. Okay. So from here, we need to change the file permissions and then log in as that user.
Okay, we can submit one flag. We cannot submit both until we both have the flag.
Thank you for cooperating, OreoBite. Thank you. So
I'm just trying to yeah.
ETS CTF at this.
Oh, this is another one.
You running into? Is it another easy privask?
Oops. Select. Okay. Well, I messed up my layout. That's great.
Okay. We are. Are we in? We're in. Okay. And we're using an SSH shell, which is nice and stable. Hopefully. We get to experience scary hacker voice man again. So let's go ahead and call him up. Where is it? Here we go. Very easy machine. Well, we'll see. We'll see how difficult it is in the Privesk portion. Okay, what do we got?
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Apache Administrator, it looks like you're using an insecure version of Apache. That was a big mistake. We found the known hack for that version of Apache, and then we used the vulnerability to see what users are in the system and then read their SSH private key. Maybe you knew about these security vulnerabilities, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
You know, my nightmare scenario is doing like 3 or 4 boxes in a row and having to do that voice every time and just tearing up my throat. That's what I don't want to happen. Okay, so sudo L. Oh, okay. It looks like another easy box, huh? But
Yeah.
I
What
don't.
method are you gonna use? I don't know. I already know what I'm gonna do.
You already know what you're gonna do. I just Okay, so it looks like this is the flag. I'm gonna submit the first flag. And
Yeah.
did you find the thing on on GTFO bins?
Do you know exactly what I'm planning to do?
Okay, you don't know what it. Let me.
No, I'm trying to ask what you think I'm gonna do and see if you come to a similar conclusion.
I don't know. I'm gonna look on GTFO bins first to see if this is a known binary, because I haven't encountered this this binary before. Have you? Oh, okay.
Oh, I guess we could
it's-
do that instead.
It's on it's on GTFO bins. Why is this an intermediate machine?
Probably, I don't know. Okay, what I was thinking of doing is less complicated or more complicated than I was. I looked at the bottom and I'm like, oh, this is way easier.
Okay, so I mean,
Well,
it. Okay, so the whole directory structure is copied to TF. I mean, it looks like we can get a shell.
let's see.
Imagine getting pwned and then you get sent the scary hacker video. I'm sure somebody has done it in the past.
Okay, that was budgie. Never mind.
Did you get shell
we're
access yet? Did you get root access yet?
All right, we're done.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, I was thinking of backing up PassWD,
Yeah.
modifying it to add a user, and then copying it back. But if you scroll to the bottom, you could just run binsh and you're done.
Oh, okay. So the flag is probably in the root directory, right? Yeah, okay, I see it. Alright, I'm just gonna copy it right now. I'm not gonna submit it yet. Let me know when you're ready to go.
I am ready to go.
You're ready to go? Okay, so I'm gonna submit it right about now. Did that go through? Yeah, it went through. Okay. So we're done with this machine. I guess we can move on to the next one.
We submit at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we got kicked out anyways, right?
Okay, cool. Next machine!
Yay! 2 heads are better than 1.
Cockpit. Oh no, is this the cockpit CMS? So we're just gonna do
Have you?
this really PHP injection in the login prompt.
I've never heard of
Without-
this before.
Oh, there's a CMS called cockpit.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me.
If it's what I think it is, I would be like surprised.
Okay, I'm starting up the target.
We shall see.
Give me the IP address. Okay. Machine is online. There's only one service. It's probably the web service.
The last machine lied about only having one service.
Oh yeah? Oh right, it had SSH as well. Okay, yeah, so it's just port 80. So I guess we need to do our web enumeration on it. Let me run good old derb. Okay, and I guess in the meantime, we can take a look at the webpage manually. Okay, so what is... So I've got a login page. So the landing page redirects you to a login page. Let's try admin. Let's see, GSFolt says, today I learned you can have multiple streamers hosting one stream. So we're doing a combined stream. So our chatters are... Well, they're calculated as if we had the combined viewer count, but we're also two separate streams. But yeah, it is nice. Okay, so admin. How about admin password or admin root? Nope. SQL injection. So yeah, we could always try for some SQL injection. Nope. Okay. But yeah, strong shiv. If you want to stream, if you want to go on stream and then get some boxes or hack some boxes, go ahead.
Just make sure your hardware is up to the task, so you don't start streaming and everything like bricks.
Okay, so let's see, CSRF token. It doesn't look like there are any credentials sitting around in... Oh, you know what? We need to read the hint for the remover here. So it says law is a bottomless pit. And I don't need a huge pit bull to tell me I'm tough. Oh.
There's a hint? Where?
No, I mean there's a hint in the description of the box. So the description of the box says law is a bottomless pit. Okay, we got assets, we got auth, we got content. Where are we? Here. Verify 2FA. There's 2FA? What?
Okay, it's newer than the version I was expecting.
Did you... I mean, how did you positively identify the version?
If you do vSource, it says it's version, data version 2.04.
2.40, yeah? I mean, did you just kind of guess that this is the, what was it, cockpit CMS?
It says it on the bar.
Well, I mean, it says cockpit, but it doesn't tell you that it's the cockpit CMS. Wait, okay, sorry, I was supposed to... So, Search exploit. So I mean, we're not absolutely sure that this is cockpit CMS, are we?
Oh, I think it is.
Well, I mean,
The question is, how do we approach the next step?
Hack with K says good night, Hack with K. Thank you very much for coming by.
Yeah, we don't have access to the machine.
How is Hack with K says how is everyone? Oh, did you mean good evening instead of good night? Okay. Let's get back in here.
Also, it says at the bottom of the page,
Does it?
object assign app vars app version 2.4.
Oh, you mean in the source code, right?
At the very, very bottom.
I mean, it says app version, but it doesn't specify the software being used. But I mean, you know, it's kind of a, if you've encountered this before.
An older version, but yeah.
Okay, so let me see if there's a default credentials for cockpit CMS. GradXT says the realization that it's impossible to greet someone at night, only in the evening. Well, it's tough. Because when you say good night, the implication is that you're saying goodbye. Okay, so let's see. What is the default password for Cockpit? The default username is admin. The system generates the default password admin123! I don't know if this is actually true, but we can try. Login failed. Okay. But Hack with K, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing some team hacking over here. We're both working on the same box. Hopefully it goes by twice as quick. The Cockpit CMS logo is the same one on the box, looks like. But in the evening, in and of itself is a fairly vague evening, could be dusk or midnight. I guess we need more accurate language. But yeah, we could do a reverse search on this image here. So we could save image as, and then we could do a reverse image search. Okay, upload a file from here. We can't upload an SVG file, unfortunately. But anyways, don't necessarily need to follow this thread. Okay, so we don't have anything super obvious.
Do you think it's
What?
Do you think it's this?
Diz says English will never be Python and Python will never be English. We can't have both worlds. Let me take a look at that link, Oreobyte. Well, I mean, is it specific to a version of Cockpit CMS?
It says I'm not sure version, but I'm gonna try to find the script.
Okay, so it says no SQL injection, okay. Are we gonna have to fire up our burp suite? Okay, let's go ahead and look up the CVE, and the CVE should tell you what version it affects, right? No SQL injection, my beloved. Yup. Well, we'll see.
Okay, let's see. So
Okay, so oh, there's a MITRE link.
that is too far. When
It
did,
doesn't look like the correct
2.4 come
version.
out? I'm trying to find 2.4.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to successfully brute force the login, because I'm pretty sure there are brute force protections in place. But I don't know. I guess we could try.
That might be the wrong page.
Okay, we got Burp Suite. Awesome. Let's go ahead and load this thing up in the Burp Suite browser. You know what? you know what's not fun? Interacting with Burp Suite on TryAcme. That's not very fun. Incorrect version. Okay, so let's see. Proxy. Intercept is off. Open the browser. And then we can plug in the IP address. Where is it? Here. Okay. So we've got username or email. Oh, you know what? I forgot to check in on my directory busting. We might have found some good stuff. Okay, so we found install lib
Huh?
off. What
What did I do?
What did you find?
How did I get in?
Did you authenticate successfully to the application?
I did admin, didn't work. I did some funny SQL injection, and said login failed. I did admin. After funny SQL injection, it just let me in.
It's just it's just admin. Are you kidding me?
Try admin.
Oh gosh. Okay, let's give this a go. Why?
Is it admin? I'm kind of like half looking because of stream delay.
Okay, Jack says, I'm a computer noob. How do I become a hacker legend, sir? I am not a hacker legend. Certainly not. Okay, let's try admin. Wow, that logs you in. Why didn't... I mean, I could have sworn I tried it before, but it didn't work. No, it wasn't SQL. Jack says, I'm a computer noob. How do I become a hacker legend? Let me give you the starter pack. So just follow these links over here. There are 3 YouTube playlists. Go ahead and start by watching those. Okay, so now that we're authenticated to Cockpit CMS, let's...
No, we can use the same blog at the bottom to launch the attack.
What are you talking about?
Not sure if protection. What's it?
Okay.
Basically, the thing I sent you in the shared chat.
Yeah.
If you scroll all the way to the bottom, it contains a there should be an easy part.
Let's see. Abe says, "Hello, what are you up to?"
Oh, you're already the admin. Oh, sorry, I interrupted.
We're just sorry. No worries. I'm trying to talk with some people in chat. Abe says, hello, what are you up to? So we're currently doing some hacking exercises over at echoCTF. This is the link over here. If you want to join in, you can make an account over at echoCTF. Okay, so you said that you sent a link in the shared chat?
I'll repost it again. Here you go. There should be an easy rice where it just tells you how to use the CMS to get a shell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Let me copy that link. Oh wait, is this you? Are you talking about the link from PT Security?
Yeah, there should be easy. If you scroll down to remote code execution, there should be an easy rice thing.
Is that how you pronounce it, Rice?
RCE.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've never heard it pronounced that way. That's all. Okay, so easy RCE. Having compromised the administrator account, we can upload a shell using Cockpit's standard Finder component. And what are you talking about? We're talking about some... so just some reverse shell or like web shell stuff? That looks like some web shell.
So we're just uploading a file, I guess.
I mean, is it unrestricted file upload?
Do I want to be cheesy and just use Venom here?
Basically the equivalent of a WordPress edit theme. Yeah, kind of.
We'll just reuse the tool.par.
Anyways, yeah, I mean, I've got a web shell. I've got a web shell already. I can just rename it. Webshell.var to webshell.php. And then upload the darn thing.
Okay, now we just do...
So, what was it? It was called the Finder, right? Is that the name of the...
That's where you upload the file.
Finder kind of reminds me of macOS.
And that did not execute. Huh?
Wait, where is the Finder tool?
Does it have to be in PHP format?
So Diz says, wait, move works as a rename? Yeah, so basically in Linux there's no separate rename function. So you need to use the move tool. You need to use the move command to rename files. Jack says, when Bitcoin, I am hacked. What? Hacked Bitcoin? Much crypto gold I give you. I don't know. I don't know about any hacked Bitcoin, thank you. Okay, so upload asset. We can upload these? Upload from...
Okay, it doesn't run par files, it only runs PHP files.
It doesn't run far files. Okay.
Par files.
PHAR files. Okay, upload the web shell. Yeah, okay. So where does it go? Where's the file path?
The file path is just the root, so just /file.
What, really?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. And where did you find that out?
From the blog I sent you.
Oh, okay. I forgot to RTFM. Okay, web shell.
I'm kind of... Well, I was worried that it was a...
Well, it says web shell file not found. Okay, let me take a look at that article again. Was it easy RCE? Oh, well, I mean it says.
You go to Finder, you upload your file, and then you do root, so IP address /file name.
Really?
But if you do a par file, it doesn't execute, it just doesn't know how to process it. You just need a valid PHP file. Like
Webshell
.php.
.php. Yeah, it wasn't uploaded to the web root in my case.
Oh, that's weird.
Wait, have you managed to access your uploaded file yet?
Yeah, one of the books.
You're on the box already?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, what's your file path?
That's it.
Let me take a look at the chat.
It's not very impressive. I don't know what else to add or say, or that's it. I put a file called that. Ran it. Ta-da!
Is that a reverse shell file?
Yeah, it's a reverse shell file. Would you like me to upload a web shell file instead?
No. I mean, I usually start with the web shell.
I just did that because I already had it made.
No worries.
That's
Let's see. All right.
Oh no, another one. When are we gonna run out of the L's?
You running sudo L right now?
Yeah, it's just another sudo L.
Huh. Did I not successfully upload my web shell?
I wonder how many times you've joked about this, and then in real life, it's just like, oh yeah, by the way.
By the way, what? So okay. I think I'm using the wrong endpoint to upload these files. I think that might be it. Let me take a look at the article again. Oh, the Finder. Okay, so I'm using the a different endpoint.
I just uploaded it to directly where it is.
Okay, resources not available. Sure, why not? Okay, so here we can upload a file. I was using the wrong upload endpoint. Okay. So now we should be able to access the web shell.
Okay, I do not like using the less.
So we got another ETS CTF. We're working as that user, sure. I'll just upload my.
Well, I bricked my shell by mistake.
You bricked your shell. Did you take down the machine?
No, I dropped into less or more, and it got stuck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just got it. I unstuck myself.
Okay, yeah. So the web server's still up, luckily. Let's see. Let's set up a reverse shell. We've got our handy dandy reverse shell binary ready. Let's Python host the thing.
Okay, let's do the more stable option because that didn't work at all.
Okay, let's see. What's a wget? Okay, let's all be civil in the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so wget.
Oh,
What is
that's
this
not
called?
installed.
Shell.elf. Yeah.
It looks like I could install a malicious dub file. So
Okay, so let's go ahead and download that file, then make sure it's there.
that's not what I want to do.
Is it?
Yeah. Dub. Well, that sucks. How to make a deb file reverse shell.
You're a couple of steps ahead of me. Wait, is there wget on this? Maybe there's no wget. Yeah, there's no wget. There's probably curl though. There is curl. Okay, so let's see. Sizerin Vas, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. We're just doing some hacking. Have some hacking on a Friday night, cause you know. Okay, so curl. We can redirect it into. Is this how we download with curl?
That's not good. That's not good, Jim. It's not good.
Okay. Get out of here. I think this might work. And then let's see if the file downloaded or not. Yeah, okay. That worked. So now we can make the file executable. It's %2b, right, for the plus sign? Or is it B2? It's 2b, right?
What's the? I'm sorry, what?
The URL encoding for the plus symbol. 2b? I need to look it up again.
It's 2B, yeah.
Okay, 2b, great.
I'd look it up again too. Thanks, you're on code command. Modify the script, build directory.
Okay. Let's see. I am interested in hacking, but I don't know how to start. You're using Linux. I'm using Linux, yeah. So if you're interested in learning about hacking, Shella, let me know what your background is. Do you know about do you know a lot about computers? Are you a developer? Do you know programming languages? Let me know how much you know, and I can give you some advice. Okay, so just run shell.elf.
Control.
Remote, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we got a connection, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Jeez, which Python? Which Python 3? There's Python 3. Okay, so we can Python 3 to stabilize our shell. Import pty.
Yeah, we make this, and then we do supposedly this command.
Bin bash. Okay. All right, Oreo Bite. I need to pull out Scary Hacker Voice Man for the third time tonight. I hope my voice can I hope my voice can, you know, withstand this. Okay. So just let you know that that he's coming on by.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man is here for the third time tonight, because we're on a hacking streak. Well, Mr. Cockpit Administrator, it seems like you like using you like using default credentials. That's it, yeah. It seems like you like using default credentials. We use those default credentials to log in, and then we uploaded a malicious PHP file Maybe you knew about these default credentials. You probably forgot that you had default credentials. But anyways, we used the default credentials and uploaded the malicious files, and now now we're in.
It turns out Scary Hacker Voice Man becomes, more and more unintelligible the later on the night goes. Hacking spree, that's what we're doing. Let's see. MD says, hello, happy to see you again. Happy to see you, MD. Nice to see you here. And, what do we got? So, did you find some cheap pseudo-L stuff? Yep, we did see some cheap pseudo-L stuff. Great.
So,
Yep.
any idea how to make a dub file?
That's a good question. Let me grab the...
Because...
Let me grab the user flag first.
Oh, that reminds me. Is there any way to take... Let's say you install a program, and it's like version 2.1, and your friend upgrades their computer to 2.2, and it breaks everything. Is there a way for you to take your installed version, convert it back into a deb file, and give it to your friend? Like, let's say you're at DEF CON, and the internet's not running quickly. You quickly just give your friend the file, they locally install it, and they're back in business. There's no way to go back in reverse. I wish there was a way to like go back in reverse.
This isn't really something I do. So I'm gonna have to do some research. You probably have a lot better idea of how to do this than
Basically,
I do.
the idea is one, backing up software that you've already installed for if you need to recover it because you lost the original installer. Because every time there's a new version and I lose the original installer or I misplace it.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a good question. So Ramon asks, what does ELF stand for? ELF stands for extensible library file or something? ELF file Linux executable and linkable format. Okay, so that's I got it wrong. Executable and linkable format. Yeah, that's it. I hope that answers your question, Remote. And what are we doing now? So we need to figure out how to do privilege escalation with the dpackage command. Did you check GTFO bins by any chance?
So you can do it with less, and that's when I wrecked my shell. So I'm trying to do the deb file by creating a malicious deb file and then installing a malicious deb file. How you do that, I have no idea.
Okay, so
other than taking a deb file, unzipping it or uncarving it, putting it in your backdoor, packing it back, and then uploading it, which is overkill.
Well, sometimes you need overkill to get your job done. So let's see. So did you take a look at the GTFO bins article or?
Okay, I just need a deb file to install. I don't know. Let's see. .NET Core.
This involves the default pager, which is likely to be less. So I mean. So which less? There's no less.
Visual Studio Code.
Is LPE the best free privilege escalation course? Just learned about LPE today. I don't know what LPE is. Let me look that up really quick. LPE privilege escalation. Jack asks, so you guys are using like pseudo websites so you try to backdoor into. So these are CTF platforms. They're basically cybersecurity exercises. And LPE privilege escalation course. Not too sure what you're referring to. Linux privilege escalation, are you talking about this, InfoSec Academy? Or are you talking about this one from TCM? But, I mean, privilege escalation course, I don't think you need to take a privilege escalation course for Linux. It's just basically learning as you go. So, Diz, I would say, I mean, the one from Try Hack Me isn't bad. Let me go ahead and get that. And I think we're going to be using this one as well. Let's see if I can. Okay, so privilege escalation. I think I use it in. If you want to learn about some easy Linux privilege escalation, we're going to be covering it on Monday and Wednesday on the HackerFrogs After School workshops. Let's see. Network hacking.
Do you have any idea if it's 64? Oh, it is 64. Okay, 64-bit. Never mind.
You talking about the?
Yeah, because the deb file probably needs to match the architecture.
Oh, really?
I'm assuming, and it seems like it is.
Okay, let me.
I don't know why. I'm sorry, I don't know why the file command is removed.
So this is the link. This is the link for the privilege escalation room over at Try Hack Me. It's pretty good. You don't necessarily need to. I mean, if you want to take a course and it's free, then go ahead. Go ahead. Nobody's stopping you.
Okay, so we extract the deb file.
Okay, so let's see. It runs an interactive shell specifically crafted, a shell using a specifically crafted Debian package, generated with FPM and then uploaded to the target. Is that what you're trying to do right now, OreoByte?
I'm trying to generate it without FPM because that binary is not installed on the machine.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, I mean that's a GitHub. That's a GitHub project.
But I'm doing it manually.
Oh, okay. I will not be doing it manually.
This is how I'm doing it. I said that twice, but here you go.
Let's see. Making use how Debian packages are backdoored. How to detect it. FPM on local and base 64 onto the machine. Are you supposed to be doing this on the local host? On the target itself? FPM not installed.
Right.
Okay, the goal of FPM is to make it easy and quick to build packages such as RPM. Okay, I've never done this before. So I think I might try to git clone this and then run it on Kali Linux.
I mean, you could probably just run the same commands on your machine and then upload the thing and just be done.
That's how I usually like to do it.
That's probably easier.
Okay, git clone this thing.
Let's see. So we want to. Let's see.
So how do you run this thing?
File structuring. We'll modify the post-init script in a simple reverse shell.
Okay, let's put on some new music because all of our music has run out today. How about this music from the Muramasa Demon Blade game? It's really good.
Add the packages installed on the system. So coder.
Okay, so So how do we make a malicious binary out of this, or a malicious package?
The post in this script. Add our reverse shell. because bash is getting called already. We don't need to wrap it.
Okay, so
So
Linux privilege escalation package managers.
then we back out. Then we do dub.
Jack asks, how
Okay.
much different is hacking from
Okay.
learning programming languages, or is there overlap between the two? So
Better.
learning programming languages will help you with your hacking, especially if the programming language has something to do with the OS that you're hacking against. So C programming with Linux or C Sharp with Windows.
I mean, you could do C if you want to lose your mind.
Well, I mean, Linux was created with
well,
C.
Vice versa.
Okay, is FPM mentioned in here?
No.
Okay, with that ready, we'll use a tool called FPM to build a Debian package that will execute the script that we just created. So we created a script.
I don't know. Long story short, every time I program, I always lose my mind because I always have to learn in reverse. I've said this before.
Okay, so what does the script do? It just does bin bash. Okay.
W is not installed, which curl's installed. Why is my O key not working?
Okay,
good.
so exploit.sh, huh? All this does is... Wait, the only thing that this does is execute who am I. This is not what I want. Diz says, what are some free good courses for shell commands? Probably something like Hack the Box. Hack the Box has a course on Linux, I'm pretty sure. Let me find that.
They have a lot of courses on a lot of things, but I don't remember exactly. Also, there's a chance that you might need to spend cubes or buy money for cubes for their subscription.
I mean, they give you like
I think-
50 free cubes for free. They give you 50 cubes or something with your new account.
So if you do a tier 0 box, you spend 10 cubes and you get 10 cubes back.
Mm-hmm.
Every other module costs more cubes and you get less cubes back.
I'm pretty sure the Linux
But-
one is like a tier 0 one, so...
If you're able to get a subscription where it allows you to do modules up to a certain tier for the year, or if you pay for the year, even though you pay for the whole year for that subscription, even if you solve a module, you still get cubes. So technically, you get more for what you paid for as long as you do the work.
Yeah, so there's the link for the Academy Hack the Box module over there for Linux.
Okay,
It's pretty good.
Taking way longer to upload than I was expecting. Uh-oh.
Okay, so let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so what do we want to do? We probably want to...
Well, that's not good.
What does the article say?
I think this finished, or this got... Is your terminal stuck?
Let me check. No, my terminal's not stuck.
This file is stuck.
Okay, I'm just reading up on how to create this malicious whatever. Okay, we'll see. Directory, create a shell script that runs who am I. Great. We'll change the who am I command to the bash command.
Oh, that is not correct.
Wait, what?
Let's rebuild this. Warning directory coders usually ownership by
What is that command? FPM.
That's fine.
What part of the command? Sudo apt install. Okay.
No, it still has. Well, let's see. Still has.
It runs. Okay. And then they get root.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. I see, okay.
Connection.
Well, I mean, the problem here is that they, in the case in the article here, they've got sudo permission with the apt program, which we don't have on the box.
All right, how long is this gonna take to send over? You know what? Maybe I should have done this over a meter Peter connection where it's more stable.
Okay, you know what? This
This is not uploading very fast.
Okay, let's look up the package again.
Make temp.
It can be used to break out of restricted environments by spawning an interactive system shell. This invokes the default pager, which is likely to be less. Other functions may apply. Okay, so if we just run sudo dpackage.l, then break out of this with !bin sh or bin bash. Okay, so it looks like the default pager is more. And we might be able to... Okay, so more can be used to break out of restricted environments by spawning an interactive system shell. !bin sh. Is that all you need to do? Okay, Jack on YouTube asks, you had linked companies CompTIA courses to learn. I take it that Net Plus and Sec Plus would also be things to learn as well. I think you definitely want to learn some more about computer networking. If you want to learn about the technical side of cybersecurity, if you want to learn about actually it works for both offensive security and defensive security. Yeah, I think that the contents of the CompTIA Network Plus course is probably going to be pretty good. OreoBite, have you ever done any of the CompTIA courses?
My thoughts on CompTIA is it depends what job you're trying to get.
Okay.
If you're trying to get a job that really likes CompTIA certs, like government, something to consider. My bone to pick with CompTIA is that it's a paper test.
Yeah.
And some of them make you well-rounded, like, Linux Plus, sure. Network Plus, sure. But Security Plus, when you have an explanation of what Union Basic Injection is, but no examples, just words, that's not going to help anybody. No.
Okay, so GredXT
So
says...
that version... Yeah.
GredXT says, download the more Debian package, replace the executable with a backdoor, run the dpackage pager.
But yeah, anyways, it's my 2 cents.
But I mean, just purely from an academic point of view, I think the stuff in A+ and Network Plus is pretty good.
It's... The question becomes, how useful is it becoming super well-rounded, where you fill in all the gaps from beginner to advanced every step of the way?
I mean, the problem...
And
yeah, go on.
Basically, the benefit of the CompTIA certs is getting your terminology down for certain things. But when it comes to hands-on, can I physically type on a keyboard and do this thing, it might be more difficult. Anyways, just my thoughts. Okay, that took way too long to convert, and this is kind of stuck. Why is stuck? I think the best thing you can do is tinker. Why does that work that way? Okay, what technology do I need to use? What... Well, okay, you have 3 different options. You can take certifications, you can go to college, and take a course in cybersecurity, or you can tinker. Each with their own pros and cons, and of course you can always mix them together, right? Like if you're going to college, you can tinker, personal projects, ask your professor for help. Hopefully they help you. Yeah.
Arif, nice to see you here. Hello, nice to what is up? What are you up to?
Okay, so I shall pray that this backdoor works.
Okay, remember when we were dealing with those I think it was Bandit. We're dealing with Bandit a couple of weeks ago, and we're talking about how to take advantage of that word less thing.
You type no, drops into more, and you type B, and then it doesn't do anything.
No. We solved it with more, or with less. One of those two. Let me look up the solution.
I thought it was more. I thought you were stuck in more.
I think we're. I don't know. Let me look it up. I wrote a walkthrough for it.
Okay, Mono Truth. Is this gonna work?
Are you gonna get your root shell? Okay, so this is over the wire Bandit. What level was that? Was that like 27? 24?
Moment of truth.
29.
And it failed. Well, that's not great. It didn't do anything.
The default pager, less, then less, and more, and then finally cat. Okay, so that's not 27, is it 26?
Yeah, it didn't work. Well, that's sad.
Okay, so it's using the more command. Oh, it is using the more command, okay. So we can activate the vi text editor from more by pressing V, and then from vi, we need to set shell equals something something.
I don't know why it's super stuck when you do. If it's not stuck for you, I'm very, very impressed. Because mainly trying to do a backdoor didn't work. Such.
Okay, so press capital V.
Make deb go.
And then you
Copy.
do set shell. Jack says, I had read that A+ was supposed to be an intro course. Then can you learn things like Sec+ and Net+ without doing A+? Or is that trying to learn linear algebra before learning arithmetic? So you can definitely... A+ is mostly separate.
Support.
It's mostly separate from the other courses. So if you want to jump straight into Network+, you can. But I think A+ is a good starting point, just for people who don't know very much about computers in general. Pattern not found, huh? So we can look for a pattern? Oh, I don't know.
Anybody know if Backdoor Factory has a deb option?
Backdoor Factory?
Yeah, it's a tool.
I've never heard of it. No, I'm not sure.
Oh, is it
You're
only
not
for
in Vim
Windows?
mode with yeah. It looks like we're not in Vim mode with V.
Don't tell me Backdoor Factory is only for Windows.
The pattern part is probably from more.
Never mind. Looks like it's only a Windows tool.
Okay, so let's. I wonder if the Vim portion has been disabled or something. More Linux. Okay, let me try asking the AI, because, we haven't asked AI enough things tonight. Okay. I'm trying to activate the vi text editor inside of the Linux more command. What is the keyboard shortcut? Let's see. GretXT says, because the pattern part is for more, can you upgrade to a nicer shell that won't break the feature? Hard to say.
I tried that. Didn't work. Yeah, we don't need this.
Well, we can. I mean, did you fully stabilize your shell, Oreobite?
Yeah, I stabilized my shell.
Okay, so if V doesn't work, the system might not have Vi as a default editor. You can set it explicitly by running this: export editor Vi or export. Oh, okay.
Vim and Vi are not installed, by the way.
They're not installed at all, huh?
No. That's why I was hanging.
That is unfortunate. Okay, I'm just gonna double check just for fun. Jack asks, is HTML knowledge still relevant, or is it too outdated by now for hacking modern systems? So HTML is, well, I mean, it's here to stay. I mean, you're not necessarily going to be hacking with it, but understanding HTML, you know, when you're looking at web pages, that's pretty important. Okay, so which vi, which vim, those do not exist. I wonder if, you know what, we're probably going to run out of time on this machine pretty soon, OreoBite. We're probably going to get kicked out of the system pretty soon. Oh, we still have...
What makes you say that?
I don't know. I mean, we've been on the system for a while, but we still have 31 minutes. Okay, great. So we still have a good amount of time. 30 minutes is okay.
I think the last time it was like 2 hours and then it disappeared.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Let's see. HTML, Grout says, HTML isn't particularly relevant to hacking. It's more relevant, applicable to web design. JavaScript, on the other hand, is interactive, and many browser vulnerabilities result from vulnerabilities from the JavaScript engine. I mean, yeah, if you want to learn, if you want to take advantage of many more web app vulnerabilities, then knowing about some JavaScript will help you out. Okay, so OreoBite, how's your how have your efforts hacking the dpackage binary been going?
I made a file, I uploaded it, I tried to install it, and I get error.
Error?
No
okay.
work.
No work?
There's been something that went wrong and failed to install.
Oh.
So the question becomes, can you make an empty template? How to make a empty because it won't. We can't repack it if it's not correct. So could we just like make an empty one and then repack an empty thing? Create deb template. Build package.
Okay, so
like can we make an empty package, extract the empty package, add whatever we want into it, and then install the empty package?
It runs an interactive shell using a specially crafted Debian package generated with FPM. Cyber Dante is here. Hey, Cyber Dante, nice to see you here. Happy Friday. And welcome to the stream. Hey.
Or could we just use the deb package part and just call it, or the control part and just call it a day? Is the control part just...
Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, let's
just okay, so this is just
generated with FPM and upload to the target. Okay, so FPM.
We're just going to put this in everything.
All right, so I've got FPM and I've got it copied over on the system over here, which where did I do it? Oh, I did it over here. Okay. So how do we install FPM? Let's research that. Backstory, Oh geez, it doesn't tell you how to how do you install this thing.
Yeah, because I think that
Learn how to
don't know.
install FPM on your platform in the installation guide. Here it is. Okay, so you must have Ruby installed on your machine before installing FPM. Oh, can I just run this? Oh jeez. Why did I even git clone that thing? Okay. I feel dumb. That's normal. Okay, so what do we do from here? So just run these commands here to create the malicious Debian package.
Oh. No current job? What happened to my shell?
Did you...
Did the box go down?
No, my box is still up.
Okay, that's rude.
No current job? Sounds like me. Oh, jeez. Okay, so let's take the path of least resistance. So we ran that, we ran that. The last thing is to create the file. Okay, FPM, created package. Awesome, okay, we've got a package.
Oh, it's not uploaded yet.
Let's move the thing. So let's move this into the temp directory. Okay, and then let's upload this to the target. So, let's see, curl. What is my IP address? This is my IP address. And the name of the file is this. Why did I do that? This is what I'm supposed to run on my on the remote host. The Radio Man is bleeding. I've done the exam prep for CompTIA A+ courses on Coursera. It's meh. Well, I mean, if you think if you think that CompTIA A+ is something that you already know, then by all means skip it and move on to something else like Network Plus. Okay, so that should have uploaded the Debian package, okay? And the last part is to do this. An error.
Now I get a shell. Pretty please.
Okay, Jack says, I'm learning Python right now and going through programming through Code, Server, and Collab. Okay, we'll learn all the necessary info from A+, Network, Sec, Strict Note-Taking, something. Portswigger and HTTP Labs are great. Watching and being aware of the course lessons. Nothing... Listen, nothing is going to be, Why did this happen?
Okay, we'll just remove all the dependencies from this thing.
Okay,
I don't care
let's
any-
try asking the AI.
Try this again.
What went wrong here? Okay, .deb file is corrupt or incomplete. Incomplete download. Huh. Invalid .deb format. Okay, I need to check this thing. Wait. Why is it... What happened here? What the hell? Oh.
No, we wait patiently.
Yeah, I think I
upload
might have
another file.
accidentally overwrote the file when I ran curl on my machine. Your GradXT, that's probably what happened.
You overwrote curl?
I overwrote a file of mine when I ran curl.
Oh. I've been doing netcat file transfer because curl seemed unstable.
Really? I didn't have any problem with it.
Alright, just another 70 megabytes to go.
Why is the file so big?
Because it's Visual Studio Code. It's the deb file I'm using.
Okay.
Oh, how did you install FPM?
FPM? What was it? Sudo gem install FPM.
Oh, it's a Ruby package?
Yeah. Okay, let's upload that file again.
It is a Ruby package.
Okay, so it's here.
Wow.
It's here, it's ready to run, and give me root. Give me root, please.
Look at you go.
We're root! We're root!
Stream delay, stream delay, stream delay.
I'm system root.
Okay. So, I mean, the method on GTFO bins works. You just have to use the FPM command to compile the package on your Kali box. Okay, I'm gonna wait up. I'm gonna copy the flag. Just let me know when you're ready to rock and roll.
Okay, it's almost done uploading. It's almost done.
So, Oreo Bite, I appreciate that you're doing some experimentation instead of taking the easy way out, which is what I do.
It's not about you can take the easy way, but it's about trying all the different answers in case you have nobody to help except yourself, so you can delineate what's working and what's not.
Okay.
And oh, my shell died. Awesome.
What? Man, I'm getting tired. I'm Mama Rolf. Mama Rolf says you can also get a Taste of Python from Automate the Boring Stuff free online book.
Automate the boring stuff with Python.
Yeah, have you taken a look at that one?
I have, but not in full detail. Like I said, I have to have a goal.
Okay.
If the goal is be better at programming, I'm not going to program. I have to I want to build this tool. Okay.
Yeah, learn by...
How do we do the UI? How do we do the command line arguments? How do we do all the functions? How do we pass all the variables that work?
You're talking about learning through, what is it called? Learning through projects. So
Yeah.
automate the boring stuff.
Oh, I see your file. I guess I could use that, but I don't want to.
Well, I mean, you could.
Should I?
I mean, I don't know, man. Are you Are you giving up on your solution?
I need to figure out if this this file is correct. MD5 so exploit. Okay, it's the same. Sudo -l sudo user bin tkg-I exploit, and then of course we're gonna listen on our favorite port.
Okay. The favorite port. GradXT says, I've learned Python entirely from working on projects directly.
And...
Yeah, I think you learn a lot.
Hey, you've locked the process. I can't use.
Oh, I locked the process. Hold on. Let me get out of here. Let me exit.
Flag first.
Let me exit. Okay, you should be able to use the thing now if you want to, because I've exited out of my process.
Okay, unpacking.
The Radio Man is bleeding. Says DeepSeek is the best vanilla AI. For labs.
Yay! All I had to do is remove all the dependencies from the binary to work. Woo!
Okay, go ahead and copy your flag.
I did it without FPM. Woo!
You did it without FPM. Okay.
Let's go. Bam.
Automate the boring stuff. Go through how to handle Excel spreadsheets, Google Sheets, sending email, and more. It's great to get a goal to learn. Huh. You know what? Maybe I should work my way through that book as well, because it sounds like a pretty nice little set of projects. All right. Do you have your flag?
Hold on. I want to take some more notes before. I have the flag, yes, but I wanted to take more notes.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have the... Okay. So you're doing some more stuff on the box.
Basically, in the control path, you have to remove all the dependencies because they don't exist. The install will fail. So I just took away all the dependencies, and then ta-da! It worked.
You probably learned much more than I did. Because I just learned how to install FPM on my Kali box. Cyber Stormy says, Hi, Shyhat. Hello, Cyber Stormy. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat for you? So, myself and Oreo Bite here, we've just finished completing 3 boxes on echoCTF. This isn't well, I probably wouldn't have been able to do more than 1 box on echoCTF if I was working on this alone.
You could have done the first machine.
I mean, the first machine wasn't difficult. The second machine, well, it's better to work with people. It's you're definitely, yeah. It's definitely a better time. Cyberstormy says I have colors on my terminal. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, you can submit the flag. Ready? You want to submit at the same time?
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Go.
Okay, awesome. So they're probably going to see that we submitted our flags at the same time, and then flag us, and then ban our accounts.
I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
You've been flagged for wanting to have a teammate.
Yeah, you've been flagged for having friends. That's a bannable offense.
It's echoCTF. Hear the echo of the friends you would have had.
That's poetic. That's some emo poetry. What are we going for?
Okay, Dasher.
No, I can't. I don't have it. I don't have it in me to do another box. It's almost 9 o'clock already.
Okay.
If you want to keep on going, I'll raid into you because I've got a good 24 viewers on Twitch, but many more on YouTube.
I do not stream on YouTube. Should I? Maybe? I don't know.
I mean, the problem is that you have to censor what you say on YouTube. You can't say bad words like the E word, and or the forbidden platform. You can't say those words. But you know what? You might. Yeah, I think you've got a good number of subscribers, right?
I'm
How many do you have?
other than making the mistake of accidentally deleting all my footage and having to start over from my next video because I used a star flag to remove the wrong file.
Oh yeah.
So I'm smart.
Splooting, yeah, splooting is okay. So I see your channel there. You've got. That's not a. You. If you streamed on YouTube, you could probably grow those numbers, and you can get more people to watch your videos. Probably.
My goal is to reach 1,000 before the end of the year.
Oh yeah.
But I just need to make more content.
Yeah, I
It'd
mean,
be easier to stream and basically Pebble has it figured out. Stream does the stream and saves the VOD.
oh yeah. I mean,
The VOD's
people.
like 4 hours long.
Some people
time.
like watching people do cybersecurity live streaming. I mean, people watch my recordings. Is there an YouTube equivalent to rating? There is a YouTube equivalent to rating. I'm not exactly sure how to do it, but I'm pretty sure you can do it. Okay. But anyways, so OreoBite, are you going to be continuing on for a little bit?
Yeah, I'll be going on for.
Okay, so we'll raid into OreoBite's channel. You can do more echoCTF hacking over there, unless you want to work on something else. We could do echoCTF like as a tag team, and work through the rest of the machines on the network here. What do you think?
I can switch to a different network.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Would that be easier?
probably.
Then we can
Have you
resume
done the beginners network? There are some boxes on the beginners network that are definitely not very beginner friendly, like the latter, like the ones at the
Which
end.
network?
The beginners network, CTF beginners.
I looked at the learning lab, and it was basically just GraphQL, and I lost my mind because I don't know that well.
So there's some tricky boxes in the beginner network. Maybe you won't have very much fun there.
Have you already done beginner CTF?
I've already done the beginner CTF, the CTF beginners network. Yeah.
Have you done CTF Playground?
No, I don't think I've done CTF. Well, I've done 1 or 2 boxes on CTF Playground, but most of them I haven't done before.
I feel like I should do the ones you've already done.
Why don't you
so
go?
that we can do the ones you haven't done together.
Why don't you do the CTF Playground then? Because I've done I've done like 4 or 5 boxes on that already.
You've done Bugio, Echo,
Easy Breezy,
Clumsy.
Easy Freebie, and Easy Printy.
You've done the first 4?
I've done Buggy Echo, Easy Breezy, Easy Freebie, and Easy Printy, but I didn't do Easy Consty or Easy Leaky. Okay, so Jack asks, wait, Radio Man is bleeding ass. Recommend practicing everything as you learn it. Take your time and play around instead of trying to speedrun it. Jack says, how much would you say a beginner would need to learn to be able to do CTF challenges? So to do CTF challenge, well, I mean, you can do CTF challenges right away, unless you're talking about like the stuff that we're doing right now. But I think.
So when it comes to CTFs, there's 2 common CTFs. There's full machines, which can be singular machines or attack and defend or full networks. And then the second thing is you have singular challenges like what you might find on CTF time, like a Jeopardy style CTF where this whole category is encryption, or this whole category is web exploitation, or this whole category is basic Linux commands, for example. And depending on which one you do, it's going to be more difficult or less difficult.
So
like
Jack,
CTF is all Jeopardy style CTFs for the most part.
Yeah. So Jack, I recommend taking a look at the last link that I just sent in the chat over there. That's the one for the echoCTF challenges. So you might want to try like working your way through the list over there, and by the time you get to the end of the list, you'll have collected a lot of little tricks across a lot of different categories. It's probably a good go-to for someone who's looking to get into CTF stuff.
I would say learn your fundamentals first, like how to use the Linux command line, how to use the Windows command line. But that could get boring very quickly. So sprinkle in some fun stuff like how to use meter Peter.
I mean, most of the challenges that I highlight at the beginning of the playlist there for echoCTF, they basically teach you how to use the terminal and a bunch of different commands. So you can start over there.
I'm saying like if you're going somewhere else, but that's true. You know, keep it exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep excited about the stuff you're doing. If you bore yourself, you're gonna lose interest.
Don't be afraid about breaking things. You haven't ruined a config file and broke your server on your virtual machine and had to restart. You haven't done enough tinkering.
Okay, so I probably need to get going because I'll need to have my dinner and not end at a ridiculous hour. But we'll be back on Monday. We're going to be doing Linux privilege escalation for HackerFrogs After School and a bunch of other stuff. But for now,
we're going to do this again.
Yeah, well, we should do this again maybe next Friday. But let me go ahead and raid into you, OreoBite.
Figure it out.
All right, everybody, thank you very much for coming by tonight. And if you missed the beginning of the stream, you can always go back to the beginning of the stream in YouTube and watch everything all over again. But until next time, have fun with OreoBite, everybody on Twitch, and we'll see you next time.
All right, there's the red.
Okay, OreoBite, well, have yourself a great evening and have fun with all the raiders, okay?
Thanks again.
All right.